small businesses be more successful. Learn more at QuickBooks.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The COVID-19 pandemic continues to weigh on us all, but we can turn worry into action. Wear a mask and keep 6 feet of space between yourself and others in public. Wash your hands often and stay home if you're sick. Go to cdcfoundation.org to learn more.
The radio home of the 76ers.
Oh boy, what a move by Embiid!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJHD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
And so it finally happened. The Carson Wentz trade is official. He is no longer a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I'm your host, Mike Gill. That's Hunter Brody. Josh Hennings producing today's show. And Carson Wentz is now a member of the Indianapolis Colts. It's good to have you with us. Reaction is coming in hot and heavy. And already people reacting to how did Howie Roseman do in the deal. I'll get your opinion in a second, Brodes, but it happened not too long ago, just kind of sitting here, hanging out, getting ready for the show. When you sent me a text, I looked up to my phone, saw the text message, and said, my day has just changed.
So I was the one that broke the news to you.
Yeah, because I was sitting here doing some production work, getting ready for, some other stuff that's happened. I was putting things in production, doing the audio, and you sent me the text. I looked up on my phone, I clicked on the tweet, and there it was. And I said, all right, here we go.
Yeah, no, it's pretty wild. It's pretty crazy that we're sitting here today and it all happened, but it's almost like I feel refreshed. Not in a good way. I'm disappointed that we're here, but based off of the circumstances, there is a little bit of like a, okay, a sigh, it happened, let's move forward.
That. All right, like, you're a television guy, right? You like TV.
Yeah.
Like, I saw Dave Weinberg, a guy I love. I love Dave. He does a great job in writing. He's great on the radio with Josh. I was listening to him last night, and I woke up this morning, and, you open your Twitter feed. His was the first tweet on my Twitter feed, and his thing was, tired of the Wentz saga, just trade him and be done with it, for crying out loud. It goes against the principles of everything. You're a TV guy. You don't want the show to end. You don't want the series to end. You want the drama to keep on going. Yet in sports, we want it to be a 1-episode finale, and that's it. I like a 2-season, 3-season, 4-season. Give me a 8-season drama, and I got to keep trying to weave through and find all the angles and read the tea leaves. And all these people out there, they want a 30-minute sitcom and get it over with.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when you're dealing with the same, the difference is in your scenario here of TV, there's all this action-packed stuff that's entertaining. In this situation of 3 weeks, this is dreadful. This isn't entertaining. This doesn't keep me entertained. This is miserable time. So we want the miserable time to get over with.
You know what it was? I wore my Super Bowl 52 jacket today, and that kind of signifies the end of the era. It's when the era kind of began and started, and this whole thing all at once. Sal Powell at 3 o'clock today is going to join us. How much did injuries lead to this? When did the sand begin going through the hourglass for Carson Wentz? And we got a ton of comments coming in on the StreamYard here. It is the Sports Bash. All right, I'll open up with this, Brodes. I thought Howie did about as good a job as you can imagine. He got a 3rd-round pick this year, and people are going to complain. Most of those same people also wanted Wentz traded. They just wanted more for him. That's not how this works. You want him traded because you don't think he's any good. Now you want more in return. But here's the key. We all want what we want now. In other words, they want the pick for this year's draft to be a first-round pick because the draft is coming up in a couple of weeks here. So you want it now. But next year, when you have that first-round pick and that conditional second-round pick, it's essentially going to be a first-round pick. Howie Roseman essentially got a first-round pick for Carson Wentz. The problem is you wanted the first-round pick to be in this draft. They got the first-round pick for next year's draft. And I'm not sure that people really understand that. It's a conditional second, but those conditionals are probably going to happen. Unless Wentz got hurt, then that wouldn't happen. I mean, he has to play in 75% of the snaps or 70% of the snaps if they make the playoffs. So they're going to get a first-round pick for Carson Wentz and a third this year. So they're going to have an opportunity to get a player in the third round this year and a player in the first round next year. I don't know that you could have asked for much more than that.
I agree with you. I have no, obviously, bigger picture. Do I love the compensation? No. But considering where we are at and knowing the market and feeling out everything surrounding what was happening this offseason with all these quarterbacks, this is what the market was. Unfortunately, I'm not happy that this is what the market was. But when you look at it, I don't know how much more Howie Roseman could have squeezed out. I think he did as best as he could have done, which is kind of funny that we were talking about yesterday who had the more leverage. I do think at the end of the day, this does show that, Chris Ballard played his hand pretty well here. And not to say how he didn't. I think both sides kind of show that they both had a good set of leverage, if that makes sense. Like they both played it, I think, reasonable for both sides almost.
Yeah, I don't think that one won the deal or lost the deal. They both got what they wanted. The Eagles had to get rid of Wentz. They wanted Wentz. Adam Schefter said today, Frank Reich wanted him. He felt that he could fix him. So they got what they wanted. The Eagles got what they wanted. One team got rid of a player that they could not bring back. The other team wanted the player. The Eagles wanted a first-round pick. They didn't get the first-round pick in this year's draft. They got one potentially down the road. And it was, look, the Colts are essentially saying, we don't want to act like we lost the deal, so we don't want to make it a first-round pick, so we'll put some conditionals on that you can get so that you can have a first-round pick. We just don't want to tell our fans we gave up a first-round pick to get them because most people don't read the fine print, Brodes. Like most people commenting here, they probably don't even know that this thing is going to be a first-round pick for the most part.
Yeah, so it's 75% of the snaps he needs to play, or if they make the playoffs, it's 70%, correct?
Yeah, he has to play. If he plays 75% of the snaps and they go 0-16, the Eagles get a first-round pick. If he plays 70% of the snaps and they make the playoffs, they also would get a first-round pick. So I think that would be, look, the team is 13-2, and we want to bench him for the last game so that, he doesn't get hurt and that his snap count would drop. That if it drops 5%, they still would end up getting that pick for benching him in that last game of the season. So that was kind of, I think, how they built that in there. That's just me reading that.
Yeah, imagine if, though, you're sitting at around 68, 69% of the snaps heading into that last week with the Colts solidified a playoff spot.
Right.
How miserable that would be.
Yeah, I think that's what they did that for is, hey, if you sit him the last week and he's right around 75%, we don't want this to drop. So let's make a second part of this here. So they did that, and that's what it is. So the Eagles are, for all intents and purposes, they're going to get a first-round pick for Carson Wentz and a third-round pick in this year's draft. I think the big thing is if they came out and said they got a third-rounder this year and a first-rounder next year, I think people would read this differently. Or if it was reversed, they got a first-rounder this year and a third-rounder next year, I think people would say, wow, you got a first-round pick for Wentz. They essentially did get a first-round pick for Wentz, but the reading makes you have to read, and people don't like to read.
Yeah, but another reason why, because when we started off the show, I said I'm happy that it's over. Here's another reason why. I think I'm ready to kind of look deeper now. Now it's time to, Nick Sirianni, Miles Sanders, Jalen Hurts. I'm kind of intrigued to now, the Wentz thing is over. Now what's next? What moves are you going to make? How are you going to get under the salary cap? It's almost like now that this move has transpired and you now pushed him out to Indianapolis, now you can really get into the grunt work of what is this Eagles team? And that's why I think I'm intrigued. Not so much just, hey, get him out of here. We're over with this. It's done. It's more of, now we can discuss Nick Sirianni. I keep going back to the Eagles just hired a brand new head coach, a new defensive coordinator, a new coaching staff. Everything's fresh, and we haven't talked about that for one damn second yet.
Well, now we can start to focus on that because Wentz has been traded. I'm very interested to take the temperature of the room out there. We have a ton of stream messages coming in for those of you who are watching. By the way, some breaking news with the Phillies. I don't know if you saw this. JT Realmuto has broken his thumb, and he is out for at least 6 weeks. This happened 6 days ago. So Realmuto has a broken thumb. Your face looks more sick than you are that Wentz got traded.
Yeah, screw Wentz. JT, my catcher. Now I got to see Andrew Knapp.
Well, they're hoping that he's ready for opening day. This happened a week ago. They're hoping that he's ready to go by the time opening day starts. So that's that too. But the big news is obviously Wentz. Here we go. Big D, Howie has to go. Paulie Westcott III says the era of Hurts has begun. My biggest worry is that Howie will draft a quarterback at 6 and waste the opportunity to get a weapon on either side of the ball. I agree with that. I do not want them to take a quarterback. Look, have we not learned a lesson about taking quarterbacks? We're all chasing this quarterback that doesn't exist. Goff got to a Super Bowl, and he wasn't good enough, and he got traded. Wentz was going to be the MVP of the league, and he wasn't good enough, and you ended up trading him. Stop chasing this quarterback. Stop doing it. Stop chasing this ghost that doesn't exist. You got to stop. All these quarterbacks that have been drafted in the first round, there was a list today from 2009, all these first-round picks, where they are. They don't make it. They don't make it. There's very few that make it. You have to just get lucky and get that guy. So you have Hurts. Find out if he can play. Find out if he can play and fix the other areas of this team. Stop chasing the quarterback.
Yeah, I don't want them to draft a quarterback. I don't. I want to just see. Jalen Hurts left me in enough intrigue where I just want to see what he's all about. Now, deep down, do I think he's this franchise guy? I don't. But I'm still intrigued to see what he can maybe do when it is his team. I'm also not I don't want them to do it, but I'm not against it. I don't love Fields. I don't love Wilson. There's no one other than Trevor Lawrence that really pushes my needle this draft. So I'm not sitting here claiming I really want it. But I also do understand at least looking at the options as well. I don't want them to do it. I'm not against them looking at the options, though.
Joe Show on YouTube is watching. Says, I'm happy Wentz got to go where he wanted to go. I think a third rounder is what Wentz is worth, and a conditional second rounder is a gift. Well, the gift is better because it's probably going to be a first-round pick. I mean, do people not understand that? They essentially are getting a first-round pick in this trade for Carson Wentz. Right?
As long as he stays upright, yes. If he stays upright, which, look, last year he was healthy. He only played 12 games because he got benched, so that's a different story. Staying upright is key here. If he can stay healthy, then you're going to get that first-round pick. It relies on the health.
Big D says Howie got fleeced. He probably didn't read the whole trade, but okay. What did he think they were going to get?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
They had one team interested in him. One team had interest. How did they get fleeced when one team was interested and they pretty much are going to get a first-round pick? What did you want?
Right. You can be mad that we're here, but that's a different conversation. Mad that you're here, that this is even a conversation of a second and a third, the conditional and all. Like, yeah, we're all pissed off we're here. No one wants to be here. But since you are, okay, now let's look at it. Considering what is available out there and that only the Colts wanted to pursue Wentz, well, guess what? This isn't the worst case scenario. A third round pick alone is the worst case scenario. What Joe Show thought his actual value was, that's a disaster.
Gene Allen, my man Gene, is watching on Facebook. He says, I was a big Wentz fan, but his antics set the organization back 5 years.
The only reason why that's letting the front office off the hook. This doesn't happen because of one person. This is too much of a downfall for this literally to be one person's fault. Carson Wentz has a big piece of the pie. So does Laurie. So does Roseman. So does Doug. I mean, you can't blame his antics and say, this is the reason why the Eagles are here. Yeah. There's so much more to it.
There is a lot. I think his play led to the criticism and then the organization not backing him. So his play, I think, started the domino. Would you agree with that?
Well, how I feel and how I don't know. I mean, I think Carson probably looks at it as they didn't support me, which then led to the downfall of his play. I mean, my personal opinion is a little different than maybe Carson Wentz's, but if I'm looking in Carson Wentz's eyes and I'm in his shoes, he probably looks at it as, look, this team doesn't support me. Nothing they do supports me, and then that mentally got into his play, it seems. But I don't know. I think that there's more to it than just his play. I mean, there's got to be so much happening behind the scenes that we are just unaware of that I'm blindly saying that, there's probably much more to it behind the scenes than we even know.
Interesting tweet by Louis Riddick today talking about the offensive lines. He actually tweeted that, the Colts offensive line this year was actually rated lower than the Eagles offensive line. And many of us feel, hey, the Colts have this great offensive line and it's not going to be a problem anymore. And according to these rankings, and Louis Riddick put it out, not me, so don't kill the messenger. The Eagles offensive line pass blocking wise was actually rated higher this year, as bad as we thought the Eagles line was. And I kept telling you the line wasn't that bad. The quarterback kept holding the damn ball too long. Their line pass blocking percentage was rated higher than the Colts was. So
I think a lot of that has to do also with statistically, Doug Peterson having the most vertical routes in the NFL last year. I think there's a correlation between the pass block and the lack of separation and the vertical routes that are so extreme, and Carson Wentz holding the ball back. Like, I do think there's a lot of that factored into this equation, that Doug Peterson's offense statistically had the most vertical routes in football. So I think that plays a role in all of this, where you don't have the skill to really break out that way vertically. Once again, I just think that there's so much. It's so hard to just say it's this. There's really so many layers.
This one's from Al watching on Facebook. There's a long one. It's taking up the whole screen. To me, Carson's performance in 2021 will dictate whether this was a successful trade for the Eagles. I don't know if I agree with that 100%. He's now in a new spot, in a new place. It's different. I mean, it's like when McNabb got traded to Washington, and then down there he didn't play very well. That doesn't mean if he was in Philly, he wouldn't have played well. He went to a different place and learned a new system. I think Carson can go someplace else and play, and the Eagles can have their quarterback, Hurts or whoever, play well, and the things they get for Wentz help make them better. They both can work out, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I just look at the Wentz thing, and if he succeeds in Indianapolis, the reaction's going to be, well, see, you screwed up and you messed up. We know they screwed up and messed up. It's inevitable that we're sitting here today talking about shipping Carson Wentz out of town. Clearly, they screwed up somehow, some way. They screwed up. But no matter what he does with the Colts, no matter how he plays, that doesn't mean it will automatically translate to him doing this in Philadelphia next season. There's clearly a fractured relationship where what he does there is irrelevant to what he would have done here next season.
Now, Al continues to say, we need that first-round pick next year to make it a good trade. On the flip side, Carson's attitude in the locker room coupled with the Hurts pick sent the relationship between the front office and him spiraling down. Howie is much to blame as Carson's self-centered attitude. Good riddance, Carson. Selfishly, I wish him much success. I mean, there's a lot in there, but look, I always have this opinion. Wentz was the franchise quarterback. They made a financial commitment to him to say that. So if you draft Hurts, you could say, I don't like the pick, but Wentz should also say, I have the money. And look at the problems it was to get rid of him because of that money. That's why he should have had the confidence enough to say, number one, I'm better than this guy. Number two, they paid me. I don't love the fact that they picked that guy because they could have got me something else, but he should have never felt fearful for his job. That's on him.
I agree with you there, especially, and it even played out that way. He played 12 weeks. 12 weeks. He should have been benched after week 4, right? So you're right. He was given that, like, hey, you are the franchise guy, and he should have seen that after week 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, when he continued to play, even though it was a miserable performance week in and week out. So I'm with you there. It shouldn't have, as much as I disagreed with the pick, and as much as I would have loved to see them go after a different player to help out the team somewhere, it still shouldn't have crushed you so much internally to the point where you turn into a disaster.
Yeah, I agree with that. 609-403-0973. Text messages flying in. We got some people hanging on the phones. We'll try to get to the calls here in just a little bit. Hang in there. We will get to you. Steve is watching the show on Facebook. He says, Eagles saying the starting spot isn't locked for Hurts, and they will bring in people for competition. Who could they possibly bring in to compete? Well, there's a lot of options. They could draft one of the quarterbacks.
You know what name keeps coming up?
Yeah.
One name that keeps coming up is Marcus Mariota is like a backup. And I just wonder if Mariota comes in as a backup, is that already a quarterback controversy from day one, or is that Jalen Hurts' spot?
That's a good question. Do you go right into a quarterback competition again for Hurts? Now, Hurts is the kind of guy that I think can handle it.
Oh, I would agree with you there. Yeah.
So I think the Eagles could make a move like that to bring in a veteran guy to kind of be there behind Hurts.
Well, would you rather have, this is just your opinion, I'm not asking like in terms of legit chances for the Eagles, but would you rather go out and sign a Marcus Mariota or go out and sign a Ryan Fitzmagic?
I don't know that I have a preference there. Like,
okay,
both going to be the backup, I would imagine.
Right, but I feel I don't know. I mean, Ryan Fitzmagic is that crazy starter that every year goes on like this 4-win streak and everyone gets all excited about the magic and then he turns into who he is once again. But I feel like I don't know why, maybe I'm going crazy, but I do feel like if anything was to happen, I would feel more confident in the veteran Fitzpatrick than I would in Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, I mean, that's just your I don't think if you're nitpicking on who the backup quarterback,
I bring it up because I don't know if he's going to be the backup. Like, are these players going to be the backup? Are they going to maybe beat out Jalen Hurts? I only bring it up because is it set in stone that Jalen Hurts is the starting quarterback or not?
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're going to hand him the position. Look, there's a lot of talk that now they're going to start looking at quarterbacks at number 6 and maybe even trade up to go and get one of these quarterbacks. I would not be a fan of that. I just wouldn't. I would take my shot. Look, to me, Hurts is a leader. He's been a winner everywhere he's gone. I'm not saying he showed me enough, but he showed me enough to be intrigued enough that I would be willing to give him the shot to see if he could lead the team and be a leader. I know we disagree on a couple of things here. I think there's enough around to do something with. Their offensive line should be much better this year. And that in this league, I just read an article about this, how, skill players are so overrated and you got to, like the Super Bowl showed us one thing, that you could have all the skill players you want. If you don't have an offensive line, it doesn't matter. And Kansas City couldn't do bupkis the other day because their offensive line was terrible. I think the Eagles' offensive line ruined their season this year. They should be healthy. They're projected to come back healthy. I think they have enough skill players that they should be able to win games with. I'm not saying they're a Super Bowl team, but they have enough young talent out there that they should be able to win games if their offensive line is back and healthy. I've been saying that for a while.
I do agree with you more on the offensive line thing. The weapons, it needs some help. Like, I think Jalen Reagor has untapped potential that we haven't even seen yet, that hopefully Nick Sirianni can get more out of, and maybe utilizing the run game more. See, another part of this is Doug would never run. So now the stress of, like, if you pass the ball 75, 80% of the time, the defense doesn't stack the box. It's hard for these weapons to get open.
Here's the thing, though, too. Their best players, they're running back, right?
Yeah.
I think we're all under agreement that we all like the running back. I think Sirianni is going to use the running back, which makes Reagor a better player. I don't know that Fulgham can play. I'm not ready to say anything about him. I like Goddard. I like Sanders. I think Reagor has, as you just said, untapped potential. That's enough. There's 3 pieces on your offensive side of the ball that you should be able to create an offense around. You should be able to get a game plan with Miles Sanders, your tight end, Reagor.
This is where I think they need that added piece, because I'm with you, Sanders, Goddard, Reagor, but if you get a Devontae Smith, think about now how this works,
And that's available to them here. That's why I don't think they need to draft a quarterback in this spot. Now, the defensive side of the ball, I would prefer them to get like a Patrick Surtain or a Micah Parsons and get that impact player on the defensive side of the ball. But we'll see. The one thing I do not want them to reach on is to take a quarterback at number 6. That's all. That's all I'm saying. 609-403-0973. Now it gets interesting because now you can start to put this offseason puzzle together because you know what you have coming in, what's going out the door, and all that good stuff. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Watch the show live on our website, 973ESPN.com. And, of course, you can watch the show on the free mobile app as well. All right, we will open up the phones on the other side, 609-573-3776. We got a couple people hanging on. We will get to the calls on the other side. Watch the show. Comment there. We'll put your comments up on the screen all show long. Sal Powell at 3, Rob Motti at 5, football at 4, jam-packed today. Breaking news, JT Realmuto, broken thumb. Throw that into the mix. I wanted to get into this whole Sixers game last night. Flyers are back. It's crazy time. And we're here with you till 6. It's the Sports Bash. Josh, I don't have a read sheet. On 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. We'll be back with more.
We never stop talking Eagles and NFL. It's football at 4. Every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
This message is brought to you by the Egg Harbor Independent Branch Leader at Charles Schwab and Consumer Square Shopping Center. In these uncertain times, no matter what tomorrow holds, Schwab remains invested in investors, in optimism, in guidance, in service, in your tomorrow. So whatever happens today, Schwab remains invested in your tomorrow. Call the Egg Harbor Independent Branch at 609-910-4807 or learn more at schwab.com/Egg Harbor on how Schwab is ready to help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Nothing's worse than starting trouble. We can help you out. We can start with a free battery test. That way we'll know if your battery is causing the issue. It could be your starter or your alternator. You don't want to waste money on the wrong fix. And if you do need a new battery, we've got you covered with a wide selection of replacement batteries. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2019.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. Whether you want to learn Spanish for future travel plans, French to connect with extended family, or maybe German to land a new job, Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you'll actually use. All you need is 15 minutes a day, and you'll be on your way to confidently speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel is designed by real language experts using a modern, conversation-based technique that makes learning fun, engaging, and best of all, memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then sentences gradually get more complex. Soon you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. And with 14 languages to choose from and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll be sure to learn what matters most to you. Babbel, language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Sports.com. And guys, tonight's the night. It's our TNT 2-team parlay, and it's absolutely free on a recorded message. Toronto, Milwaukee, point spread winner, free. Brooklyn, LA, point spread winner, free. Call this number, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. Get 2 on TNT tonight. Guys, we're going to hit both matchups and make you a fortune on this parlay. Call. The information is razor sharp, and both games are on a recorded message, 30 seconds long. Call right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Toronto, Milwaukee, Brooklyn, LA, both games on tape. 800-499-3733 and visit wagerpro.com.
Progressive Motorcycle presents Road Wisdom from the Motor.
Half man, half motorcycle.
To find your balance, keep riding. And if you stop, put your feet down
so you don't fall.
Progressive Motorcycle also presents Roadside Assistance. Progressive Motorcycle, for those who were born to ride. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If you own a small business, you know how hard it can be to find new customers. Town Square has new tools that can help your business stand out and grow. Go to getlocalcustomersnow.com for a free competitive analysis that will show you what other businesses are doing to find new customers and how you can do it too with Town Square. Be one of the first businesses to sign up and receive $500 in free advertising on this station. Start growing your business today. Visit getlocalcustomersnow.com. That's getlocalcustomersnow.com.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill and Brodes on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And now you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at 97.3ESPN.com.
All right, Sports Bash back with you on a Thursday where Carson Wentz has been traded in exchange for a 2021 third-round pick. They'll get that this year, and a conditional 2022 second-round pick, which could become a first-round pick with playing time incentives. So that's the deal. Wentz is out. Brought to you by AmeriSave Mortgage. Lower mortgage rates means more savings. Find out more at AmeriSave.com. So much to dive into here. We've got a ton of action from the people watching the show. I can't even keep up with the comments, to be honest. I don't know where I'm lost. I'm trying to keep up with them. I could really use someone to do this here. Keep up with the comment stream for me.
It's unfortunate.
They're looking to work the social media comment stream for me so that I don't have to I can't keep up with the amount of comments coming in.
Well, that's what happens when you trade your franchise quarterback, isn't it? Well, I never thought we would really ever see the day. I mean, obviously, like the last couple of weeks you did, but in terms of big picture here, to trade the franchise quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles at 27, 28 years old with a new contract ready to kick in.
Crazy. Maka is watching on YouTube, and he says, a first rounder in 2022, dude, time value of money. Did you take finance course ever? I don't know what that means.
I have no clue what that means. I don't understand how. It's because you hate someone so much that you're not willing to look at it from a different set of eyes. I'm not a Howie guy, all right? Obviously, I tend to lean more towards I can't stand the guy than you do. But with that being said, looking at this logically, the market is what it is. At some point, you can only pull more out to a certain level. You kind of have to deal with the circumstances. This is what the market was for Carson Wentz after you have a disastrous season. So I don't understand how you can be so disgusted with the compensation. This is what it is.
Two things. One, the compensation that they got is more than most people thought they were going to get. Most people said, you're not getting a first-round pick for him. And because they didn't get a first-round pick in name, like it wasn't officially a first-round pick, there has to be some playing time reached. So the people who are saying you didn't get enough didn't think they were going to get what you wanted anyway. All right, nobody thought they were getting 2 first-round picks. Then it's laughable that they're going to get a first-round pick. So they end up getting this third-round pick this year and this conditional second-round next year. So if that turns into a first-round pick next year, is that okay? Do you change your mind? Do you even know that it's a possibility that they get a first-round pick? And the Roseman thing, as you said, look, I'm not a big fan of Howie Roseman, but I'm also not ignorant, okay? The guy won a Super Bowl, 1. 2, he is constantly viewed by people in the league, not me, not others, the entire landscape of the NFL, constantly a top 10 general manager every single season, okay? Very well regarded. 3, most of these yahoos that don't like him have one reason, because he's not a football guy. You sound like a freaking idiot, okay? You sound like a rockhead. He's not a football guy. Who cares? Mickey Loomis, not a football guy. Most GMs in this league, not football guys. Who's a football guy? Who's a football guy that's a GM?
Joe Douglas.
Joe Douglas. Did he play in the NFL? Did Joe Douglas somehow become a football guy? He never played a snap.
Is there a definition of football guy in the, like, there's got to be something, right? I'm going to look it up. What makes you, quote, a football guy?
You walk around with a hoagie. You a hoagie. That's what makes you a football guy. You're a little overweight. Your hair's a little disheveled.
All right, hold on. We got a dictionary off a definition off Urban Dictionary. A football guy, a person, usually a coach, who is addicted to football and will do anything, no matter how ridiculous, to help his team win. Many times when football guys lose football, they go through severe withdrawals and sometimes can die. That is the definition we got.
Death.
Death, yes.
So somehow Howie Roseman won a Super Bowl over people who would die.
That's amazing.
And then, of course, Roseman didn't do anything. It was all Joe Douglas. All right. So then Joe Douglas, again, I will blame him for the crappy draft that they had. If I'm going to give him the credit for them building the Super Bowl team, can I also blame him for the dog meat drafts that this team had in those couple of years?
If you apply that logic to all of the surrounding pieces, then yeah, absolutely, obviously.
That's the problem. People want to pick and choose who they give the credit to and who they don't want to give the credit to, all simply because they don't like Roseman.
Yeah, no, that's true. And yeah, I know you're not like a big diehard defender of Howie. You're just looking at it in a different set of eyes. And I'm not I think it's time for a refresh. But in this certain situation that we're in, based off of where we are at today, there's no way that I can come on here and just bash the compensation. Bashing the compensation isn't the road I go down, just based off of, honestly, it's out of the control of Howie to a degree. Like, there's only so much that he can do. Any GM, not just Howie, same with any GM making any trade ever. The market speaks for itself, and then it's on the GM to maybe grab an extra third, grab an extra fourth. But the base of a package is somewhat already there. It's what else can you kind of nitpick and steal that makes the difference.
Schefter said today they talked for 19 days before they got this trade. They talked for 19 days to try to get this thing, where they both finally felt like, okay, it's time to pull the trigger on this deal.
Gil, how do you feel about the Bears thing? So apparently the Bears weren't really ever they weren't as seriously in play as we thought. How do you take that information?
I look at it as that's why this deal is done. They only had one team interested. So all the people who are complaining about what the Eagles got, Carson Wentz had Zippo value. Bupkis, he had no value. Nobody wanted him. So you could talk about it's this team's fault, it's that team's fault, it's his fault, it's that guy's fault. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. He was available for every team in the league, and only one wanted him. That's what the league thought of him. So maybe all 32 teams are wrong. Maybe they're all wrong, but none of them wanted him except for one. That's it. So when you were negotiating with one team, that's all you got, one team to bid, and you ended up getting a possible first-round pick. I don't know what more that you wanted. I don't know what you wanted. Now, if you told me there were 5 teams calling, that's a different story. They had one team interested in him. One.
Isn't that pretty wild, though? As much of a downfall as it was last year, you look at the track record, and last year was a disaster, but maybe looking at a new, fresh set of eyes and a new team, a new city, just a new identity for Carson Wentz, knowing what his ceiling was, to think that really only one team was in play, that's pretty damn wild considering what he once was at the top of the league. Like, no one was considering maybe just taking a flyer on a once MVP level quarterback.
If I told you after like the 2017 season, let's say he's healthy, he didn't end up getting hurt. Hey, this guy's available. What do you want to give me for him?
You'd be getting a Deshaun Watson package.
Right? You would be getting 3 first-round picks. Now, hey, we got a guy, he's available. And people knew they could rip you off because he doesn't want to be there, and you still got no calls. Think about that. I know I can rip you off now. He doesn't want to be there, yet I'm still not interested. What does that say?
It says a lot about Carson Wentz right now. It does.
And look, I hope he goes out there and proves everybody wrong, and he might do that. I think he needed to get the heck out of here. So the people who say you should have kept him, you made a mistake, he did not want to be here. And I don't think it's as simple as he didn't like Peterson, he didn't like Roseman, he doesn't like the organization. honestly, I think these idiots out there drove him out of here. Why would you want to wake up every day listening to people tell you, you stink, you suck, this guy stinks, get rid of him? You know what? I don't need to play here. I'll go take my money and go play someplace else where they'll appreciate me more. And I'm not saying that's everybody. There's a lot of people out there that like Carson Wentz and think he's going to be very good. But you know what? There's a lot of vocal people out there that are knuckleheads. And if I'm Carson Wentz and I have the chance to leave, why don't I? Screw all you people. Screw you. I led you to the damn. You don't win a Super Bowl without me, okay? They do not win the Super Bowl without Carson Wentz because if Nick Foles was your starting quarterback all year that year, you know what you are? 8-8. You ain't making the playoffs. You're not winning the Super Bowl. Give Foles credit, hat tip to him for getting hot and winning in the Super Bowl. Never take it away. But if he's the starting quarterback all season long, you know what you are? The Bears. The Jaguars. He sucks. He sucks. So Wentz, without him, you don't get the number 1 seed and you don't win the Super Bowl. So yeah, you drafted this guy and he won you a Super Bowl essentially.
Yes, you did. Yeah, and it's crazy because I understand that we drive athletes into another level of a mental state, which is a flaw on our part. But it also has to come down to being able to kind of take that, like as crazy as we are here, right? You're in the NFL, and I know that there's some franchises that don't have the overreaction screaming people like maybe Jacksonville or whatnot, but I would still say you're going to get insanely ripped and insanely criticized in Indianapolis. I know it's not as much of a crazy fan base, but you're in the NFL and you're a starting quarterback. You're going to get bashed if you don't play well. So hopefully he's thicker skinned or whatever. I mean, just because we're nuts. If he goes to another city, it's still going to be hell if he's playing poorly.
As Nowhere is watching on YouTube, says this dude could not handle the city or bad circumstances. Every single quarterback goes through adversity, changing rosters, angry fan bases, have fun in Indianapolis. They do. I'm not doubting that. It's just not to the same level, dude. Like the backup center gets bashed here. All right. The third guard comes in, and if the third guard can't play, he gets blasted. It's like, dude, what did you expect? He's the third guard. You know,
wasn't there a center that played at some point this year where he's horrendous? I didn't even know his name. I don't think you did. No one knew his name. Who was it?
Luke Jariga?
Yeah, something like that, right? Here he is snapping the football, but we were criticizing him too.
Yeah, like a lot of people, you know, look, it's something in this area that, like, again, last night, it's like the Sixers game. Like, they lost a game. They won a game. They blew a huge lead, and people are going nuts. It's like, oh, my God. Like, do you watch the NBA? Like, this is what happens. You're up 30. You take your foot off the gas. The team comes back. You hold them off. You win. It's Tuesday night in February. And people are going berserk about it. Like, are you a sports fan? Do you not get it? Are you that dumb? How are people that – it's like – the sport fans around here are like Lucy pulling the ball from Charlie Brown. This happens all the time. It's Brett Brown's fault. It's not Brett Brown's fault. That's the NBA. You get up by 30. You take your foot off the gas. The team comes back. It's an ugly way to play, and you get pissed off. Why do you get pissed off about it? Like, winning that game in that fashion on Wednesday night in February has no bearing on how a game will look in April. None. Yet people allow themselves to just go crazy over that. Crazy. Were you one of them?
No, I wasn't going crazy. I wasn't happy with how it ended, but I wasn't like, I understood that a win is a win and he didn't have Ben Simmons. If I'm going to say a game without Joel Embiid, I can't really assess it. Well, a game without Ben Simmons, I can't assess it because it doesn't mean much to what's happening in the playoffs. I like that you brought up Brett, though. Do you know how many tweets I saw last night of, since when did Brett Brown become the head coach again? And I'm laughing like, oh, wait, hold on. So now you're telling me that you're recognizing that this is happening under Doc Rivers too? Oh, well, what does that tell? 20-plus turnovers. I thought that was only a Brett Brown problem. No, this is what happens in NBA games. So I love that you went down that road because I saw that. You know the gif of Brett Brown on the bench when he puts his head back that everybody uses? I saw that all over the place last night.
Yeah, I laugh every time I see it. I'm like, this happens every night in the NBA. Every night this happens in the NBA. A team gets up big. They take their foot off the gas. Joel Embiid last night. Do you think when they're up 26 that with the back and he's on the ground getting stretched out all night long, you really think he was going 100%? They had Isaiah Joe playing in the fourth quarter last night. in that. Did you see like some of the rotation? Like you're up 26, you take the foot off the gas, and look, by the way, they're just jacking threes up and making shots, and that's what it is. But that's the problem. People just don't watch the league. They watch one game a week, and it's like, not a football guy. Hey, they need a football guy to run the basketball team. If he's a football guy, this wouldn't have happened.
Well, that's why I saw this was a couple weeks back where when the Sixers, it might have been the game where they lost to Portland, but Portland didn't have any of their players. And they said championship teams don't do this. Within a day or two, I saw the Lakers with LeBron go to double overtime with the Detroit Pistons who blow. It's like, you know what? You're wrong. This does happen to good teams. You do go to double overtime with the team that could barely sniff 6 wins to this point. This is standard. You just only focus on the one team and apply that to, well, this doesn't happen to other great teams. The Bucks. It's not like the Bucks are running away with this thing right now. You look at them as a different team than the Sixers. That's unfair.
Sure is. I don't understand how people, it's like the Lucy pulling the ball. They just fall for it. I look at some of the messages on people's Facebooks. This team stinks. The coach stinks. It's the worst effort I ever saw. It's Wednesday. That's a Wednesday night in the NBA. You're a loser. That's what you are. You're a loser. It's Wednesday night in the NBA. What did you think was going to happen? Like they're going to give Game 7 intensity? Like you have yet to not fall for this trick, Charlie Brown? Sports Bash is brought to you by Matt Black Kia. They want to get you approved today. It's Matt Black Kia, Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. Watch the show live at 97.3 ESPN.com. Go to our website, see the show live, comment, react. We will continue to react. I got so many messages on the screen, I don't even know what to do with them. I'm trying to get to them as fast as I can. We'll get to the phones. We will read off your text messages. JT Realmuto got hurt. The Sixers won. You wouldn't know it. Flyers play tonight. What else did I miss? Oh, Carson Wentz got traded. Back.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Kendall Auto Plaza offers the area's best car and truck buying experience with 60 years of customer satisfaction and community service. What's on their 100-acre lot? A huge inventory of Ford, Lincoln, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, and over 100 quality and certified pre-owned vehicles. Whether you use your car, truck, or SUV for work or play, discover why Kendall customers are so loyal. Kendall Auto Plaza, exit 10 of the Parkway on Stone Harbor Boulevard, or shop from home at KendallAutoplaza.com.
Progressive Motorcycle presents Road Wisdom from the Motor.
Half man, half motorcycle.
To find your balance, keep riding. And if you stop, put your feet down
So you don't fall.
Progressive Motorcycle also presents Roadside Assistance. Progressive Motorcycle, for those who were born to ride. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sure, we can help you knock that oil change right off your list. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge full synthetic motor oil and an STP extended life oil filter for just $29.99, plus a $10 bonus reward if you're an AutoZone Rewards member. Not a member? We can sign you up fast, right here in store or on AutoZone.com. Getting the job done just got easier. Terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
KFC's Colonel Sanders here. We all love sitting down to a home-cooked meal with family, but there's rarely enough hours in the day to do the cooking. So let me do the cooking for you. Well, not me personally, that's just a turn of phrase. Your KFC will do the actual cooking. The point is, let someone else do the home cooking for you. Come to KFC and pick up a $20 fill-up. That's 8 pieces of chicken or 12 tenders and all the fixings to feed your family. Order ahead at KFC.com. Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. $20 fill-up not available with delivery. Tax and substitutions extra. Delivery service and additional fees may apply.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this: what can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal rate, points and fees may apply. Offer cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, and MLS Consumer Access.org, number 330.
Hello, Cape May County. This is County Commissioner Len Desiderio, co-chair of the County Recovery Task Force. We know that there are a lot of questions about the COVID vaccination. Please go to capemaycounty.nj.gov for information and to register in the state system. The beginning of this effort has been very challenging as we wait for the federal and state governments to implement distribution. But we already lead the state in vaccine administration, and we are ready to expand our efforts as soon as the state distributes larger amounts of vaccine to us. Please go to capemaycounty.nj.gov and click to register and check back often for more information. You will then be notified by the state when your turn comes about how to schedule your appointment. Go to capemaycounty.nj.gov and register now. Please go to capemaycounty.nj.gov for information and to register in the state system. Let's vaccinate safely together.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Welcome back, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, free mobile app. Watch the show live on our website, 97.3ESPN.com. Mike Gill, Hunter Brody. What's up, everybody? Sal Powell's going to join us at 3 o'clock here. We'll get his perspective on the trade. Did the Eagles get enough for their former franchise quarterback? Some people say, yeah, I think they did a good job. Other people say, no, they should have got more. We'll ask Sal at 3. Andrew has football at 4. Rob Motti tonight at 5 o'clock. So we got a lot to do. More comments coming in over on the StreamYard stream and, of course, on the text board as well. 609-573-3776. We'll go to the phones and check in Tom at Summers Point. What's going on? I'm sure you're thrilled today, Tom.
Hey, fellas. Mike, let me just clear one thing up. The reason why I figured I like Joe Douglas is because I looked up his resume. I read his bio. And what a bio and resume is what he's done and what he's accomplished. And this team has been spiraling downhill ever since he left. So it's not that I just don't like Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman, football guy or not, Joe Douglas is a football guy the way I see it. Dude, everybody out there, just look at Joe Douglas's bio, his resume. Now, with that said, is Jalen Hurts an RPO quarterback, Mike?
Could be.
And guess what? When was the last time a team was in the Super Bowl, let alone won a Super Bowl with an RPO quarterback? Because I'll tell you what an RPO quarterback does. He doesn't win. He's never going to win a Super Bowl.
Did you watch Nick Foles play?
Mike, he didn't. Mike, come on. He stood back there. He had a great offensive line, and he had players. He had LeGarrette Blount.
What was he running?
Players.
What was the offense?
That wasn't Mike, for one game, okay? Because against the Atlanta Falcons, the game he ran didn't work. We should have lost that game.
Believe me, you don't need to convince me about Nick Foles and how lousy he is. I'm just saying what they ran when Nick Foles took over the team was they were running the RPO. He didn't
but Mike,
run.
As good as Lamar Jackson is, everybody loves that offense in the Ravens. But guess what? They're winning nothing. They're saying now Lamar Jackson has to become a better passer. What I'm saying is, let me ask you a question. What's everybody going to say when Nick Foles is in Indianapolis next year and it looks more like 2017 than 2020 thanks to Doug Peterson? Wentz. What are they going to say, Mike?
I think there's a lot of people who agree with you, Tom. I think there's a lot of people who think he might go there and be very successful.
But guess what? Guess who screwed this up, Mike? Howie did. Because Howie drafted Jalen Hurts, got no weapons for Carson Wentz. Why would Carson Wentz want to stay here? Who in their right mind would want to stay here? Not a quarterback in the league would want to stay here, Mike. The fans are clueless. There's still fans that
that's
think
the first thing you
Nick
said
Foles should be the starting
in
quarterback.
15 years. That's the first thing we agree on, Tom.
Mike, there's fans that still think Nick Foles should be the quarterback. Just do yourself a favor, though, Mike, and look up Joe Douglas's bio. Look up his.
Hey, look, I know plenty about Joe Douglas, and what I said was, if you want to give Joe Douglas the credit for them winning, then let's give Joe Douglas the criticism for horrible draft. We are picking, you pick and choose what you want to give him credit for. So when they don't draft well and he's a part of the front office, does he not get blamed for terrible drafts? Because everybody said, oh, all this stuff is Joe Douglas. Well, then those draft classes in 16, 17, and 18, when he was here, they weren't very good.
But what we don't know, Mike, is who was making the draft choices. That's the unknown. And until somebody can tell me, my belief is
right. But when they won the Super Bowl, the person
we
we wanted to give credit for building the team was Douglas. Mike. But now once it fell apart, we don't want to give him any blame. We just want to say he helped build the Super Bowl team, but he didn't do any. But he takes no blame for why they are where they are now. That makes no sense.
Pay attention, Mike. The players that were brought in 2017 was an Alshon Jeffries that was Super Bowl caliber ready. Torrey Smith, which, listen, he didn't do crap in the regular season, but in the Super Bowl he came to play.
Yep.
LeGarrette Blount, Jay Ajayi, they were the players that were brought in 2017. And my opinion is that Joe Douglas went out there and got all four of them because the Deshaun Jacksons,
that's your opinion, Tom, and that's fine. You're allowed to have that, and I got to run, man. You're allowed to have that opinion. But at the same time, if it's your opinion that he had that much power to bring all those players in, then he had to have enough power to also screw the draft up. You can't say he had enough power to do one thing, but not the other. And that you can't have it both ways. And you want to only have it the way that it looks. This is the world we live in. I only want to put stories on my Facebook page that fit my narrative. So I'll find some off the beaten path website that wrote something that fits what I have to say, and I'll put that on my Facebook page to make me look like I have half a clue. You only have half a clue because you don't read the full story. Let's stop posting stuff that is half-assed and post the real story. Joe Douglas had a hand in building the Super Bowl team. He also had a hand in lousy draft classes. They both take blame. They both get praise. That's the way it works. Sal Powell's next.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
He scores!
The Flyers host the New York Rangers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN and listen live on the free mobile app.
Body Armor Light isn't just a sports drink. It's more than a sports drink. With no artificial sweeteners, no sugar added, and only 20 calories per 16-ounce bottle. Body Armor Light is changing the game when it comes to hydration. Plus potassium-packed electrolytes, coconut water, antioxidants, and vitamins make Body Armor Light the perfect choice for your next workout and your active lifestyle. Body Armor Light, more than a sports drink.
Head to drinkbodyarmor.com to learn more.
This President's Day, Dell honors all you do with exceptional savings up to $300 off. Power your passions with our latest tech, like beautifully crafted XPS computers and powerful Alienware gear featuring Intel Core processors. Work, learn, or play from anywhere with essential electronics, including monitors, plus free shipping on everything. Call 800-BUY-DELL or visit Dell.com/President's Day. That's 800-BUY-DELL.
Hey, everybody, Mike Gill here from the Sports Bash, and I'm with Luke Burgandy from PropSwap.com. And, man, perfect timing to have Luke on. Carson Wentz is traded. He's going to the Colts, and I bet you PropSwap is a perfect spot if you go out right now and go get that Colts ticket, because if Wentz goes back to the 2017 form, you might see a Super Bowl contender, and you might get great odds, and that means PropSwap is the perfect spot.
Yeah, if anyone bet on the Colts up until today before they got Carson, you had unbelievable odds. I'm sure you could still grab them at some casinos here in Atlantic City. A lot of books I know took a long time to adjust the Tampa Bay Super Bowl future number when they got Brady. So books can be slow to adjust. So definitely check your local casinos. See if you can get a good number on Indy. They almost beat Buffalo. They should have beat Buffalo in the playoffs this year with, an aging Phillip Rivers. So the Colts are serious. I like that team a lot.
What about Carson Wentz? Is he a guy that makes sense to go out and buy that ticket if he gets back to 2017 form? That sounds like a perfect candidate to go out, buy low, and then watch him perform and possibly sell that ticket at PropSwap.
Obviously, he had a ton of success with Frank Reich here in Philadelphia. The offense looked good last year with Phillip Rivers. So if you can agree that Carson's an upgrade from Rivers, who's now retired, I completely agree taking him as an MVP candidate or as comeback player of the year. I know PropSwap sold a ton of Alex Smith comeback player of the year this season, and we probably paid out, my gosh, $30,000 on all those tickets. So I think both MVP and comeback player of the year, Carson is a candidate for.
That's what PropSwap.com can do for you. It's a great idea, and it is doing fantastic for all of our listeners out there who are not a part of it yet. Check out PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. Luke, great stuff, man.
Thanks, Mike.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person happens to come along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. In fact, ZipRecruiter is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the very first day. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/max. That's ZipRecruiter.com/MAX. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
It's time for some straight talk. Your tax return could look different this year, but you're still going to hear a lot of noise about how to spend it. So when the big carriers tell you to splurge on the latest nonsense, just tune it out. With Straight Talk, you can get a Samsung Galaxy A51 for just $199. Plus, get the $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan with no contract on America's best networks for up to 50% less. Tune out the nonsense and tune into Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead with male breast reduction. Many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your private consultation with Dr. Lyle and Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER, or visit ILoveLyleBack.com.
The radio home of the 76ers.
Oh, man, get excited.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WEN Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, hour 2 of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. What's up, everybody? Well, Carson Wentz got traded today. That's what's really up, and we are about to dive into it. ESPN Sal Paolantonio set to join us here on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline as we continue to look at how this all happened, how did we get to this spot, and when did it really get to this point? We'll ask Sal Paolantonio in just a second. Our friend Johnny G and the Berger Realty team helping make Sal Pal possible today as he was kind enough to jump on. We got a couple days of freedom, and before Carson Wentz got traded, we had to bring you right back in, Sal Pal. Thanks for joining us again, pal. How are you?
Why do I feel like Pacino in Godfather 3? Try to get out, you pull me back
right back in. Here we go. Are you surprised by the timing?
I'm blaming Johnny G on this one. I'm blaming Johnny G on this one.
I mean, let's start here. And I saw your piece on SportsCenter today. Now, do you have that in the can ready to go? Is that like ready, or did you produce all that this morning?
Let me tell you something, Mike Gill. Mike Gill, Saturday night before the Super Bowl, we got all the tweets from it. Tim McManus, Chris Mortensen, Adam Schefter. The trade of Carson Wentz is imminent. First-round picks, 2 first-round picks are involved. And they reach out to me. Now, I have a lot of work to do on Super Bowl Sunday. It's the biggest morning of my year. My wife will tell me that he'll tell you that I always say to her, unless it's an absolute emergency, you can't even call me on Super Bowl Sunday. But the night before, they're like, well, we think he's going to get traded for 2 first-rounders on Super Bowl Sunday. I said, listen, it's not going to happen. But would you do us a favor and stay up till midnight and write that Carson Wentz piece that we've been asking you to write and track it Super Bowl Sunday morning and make sure we have it in case he gets traded? And I did that. Stayed up till 1 a.m, got it all done. He doesn't get traded, and they had it ready so that I could be on vacation. But I didn't have to come back for SportsCenter, but I did have to come back for the Mike Gill Show.
Well, we appreciate that. And I, too, when the trade happened, my producer said, I'm working on a story for the website. I said, I wrote it already. I wrote it 2 weeks ago. It's ready to go. I'm just waiting for the compensation. So let's start there, Sal Pal. Let's start here. When do you think the sand began to go through the hourglass for Wentz's time in Philadelphia?
When Jalen Hurts came in and played in Green Bay. I thought right then and there, the clock was ticking and the sand was beginning to evaporate in the hourglass. I think that was the start of it. And then the reports came out via Chris Mortensen and Adam Schefter that Carson Wentz had a fractured relationship that couldn't be put back together again with the organization. And he was basically doing a silent coup. He was talking his way out of town from behind the scenes. And then, it was very, very difficult from that point on to repair his relationship with the organization. A, B, the locker room, and C, the fan base. Now, explain to me, because I am in a remote part of the earth right now, explain to me exactly what the compensation is and how it works, because I've heard conflicting stuff.
The compensation is this, Sal. They got a 3rd-round pick for this coming draft in 2021. They have a conditional 2nd-round pick in next year's draft that can become a 1st-round pick if he plays 75% of the snaps or he plays 70% of the snaps and the Colts make the playoffs. So he needs to play 75% of the snaps or 70 if they make the playoffs. So that would then become a 1st-round pick in next year's draft. So that's the compensation, a 3rd and the conditional 2nd that can become a 1st.
Well, listen, at first blush, that looks like a very good deal for the Colts, right? It really does. And when you go and get it a second time, it's a really, really, really good deal for the Colts, right? There's no question about that. Because, getting that pick the next year, because the Eagles are not going to win but a handful of games, right, this year.
That's the thought.
So if he takes the team to the playoffs, they could have a very high pick from the Eagles in 2022.
No. The Eagles are not giving them the pick. They're giving the Eagles the pick. The only thing that the Colts are getting the Colts are getting this Wentz. That's it. The picks are both a 3rd round to Philly and a conditional 2nd to Philly, which can become a 1st.
Gotcha. There was a lot of conflicting reports because of what happened with the Goff trade. I thought the Colts had to turn around and give the Eagles something for swallowing that Wentz contract, but that's not the case.
No. The Eagles are getting the 2 picks. They're getting the 3rd rounder in this year's draft, so they will have an extra 3rd rounder this year. And then the pick for next year is a conditional 2nd that can become a 1st round pick if Wentz plays 75% of the snaps. So the Eagles get 2 picks, they get Wentz, and that's the deal. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, so the Eagles, they're going to really struggle next year. There's no question. With a new head coach, and if they obviously will settle on Jalen Hurts as the starter for the beginning of the season, even if they draft a quarterback at number 6 or somewhere in the 1st round, they're going to struggle. because they have to spend so much time in capital and in trade and free agency on reconstructing that offensive line, and I think they're going to struggle.
Well,
and it's going to be a difficult year. It really is.
So with that compensation, though, getting a third rounder this year and then the possibility of that first round pick, is that did they get as much as you think? Now, there's a report today that the Bears never made an offer. They only essentially had one team, it looks like, in play here. So to get a third and a conditional second rounder that could be a first, did Roseman do a good enough job here?
I think his back was against the wall. I think it was only one team or maybe two in the mix. I never reported on your show or anywhere else the compensation that was floated out there. I never believed it would be a first-round pick. And I never believed they were close to making a deal with the Bears, because from what I heard, the reaction in Chicago to Carson Wentz going there was not good, and the reaction from Carson Wentz going to Chicago was not good.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to be reunited with Press Taylor. That is why Frank Reich hired Press Taylor as the offensive coordinator. They are. He considers him on the same page, offensive mind, as the quarterback. Of course, you're getting yourself into a situation that you had. It's almost a duplicate situation of what you had in Philadelphia. Will he be coached up enough? Will he listen to coaching? Now, Frank Reich is a little tougher than Doug Peterson. Peterson is not as tough when it comes to coaching up players. But with Press Taylor as the buffer, I wonder if it will work.
Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The Colts made the playoffs this year, right? They did.
Yeah, and they were very close to beat. They were
major step back.
They were very close to beating Buffalo in that game, and then of course Rivers retires on them. So this is a nearly Super Bowl roster that had no quarterback.
Super Bowl roster with no quarterback.
Right, exactly.
It sounds like they were trying to duplicate with Tampa Bay, right? Obviously, with Brady and Tampa Bay, but Carson Wentz is not Tom Brady. He's just not.
No. I want to get your take on how much do the injuries of Wentz's career lead to this?
I think a lot. I think the last one, the concussion, was definitely impactful. The fact that they just didn't have an offensive line all year long certainly preyed on him. It's pretty clear that he just lost his confidence, lost his mojo, and was trying to do too much with too little. There's some of that. Mix it all together, and the bottom line is everyone in every walk of life needs a change of venue, needs a change of scenery. And Carson Wentz really should thank the Eagles for taking it on the chin here, right? They made him the highest paid player in team history. And he decided he wanted out. He talked his way out. The Eagles got less than fair value for a franchise quarterback. And now he's on another team with a coach he handpicked, with a roster that's much better than the one he left.
Yeah.
He should feel lucky. He really should.
I want to get your take on this, too, because this has happened before here. They traded Donovan McNabb. They've had quarterbacks come and go. Why is what happened with Carson Wentz different from maybe some of these situations in the past? Randall taking over for Jaws, coming in on third down, that whole situation. You had Jeff Garcia here. He wanted to come back. McNabb didn't want him to come back. You've had Cobb take over. Vic wins the job. Why is this different from all these other quarterback controversies we've had in this town?
Wentz is the franchise quarterback who just signed an extension in June of 2019. And here we are, 18 months later, went from the highest paid player in team history to shipped out of town for a bag of donuts at age 27. I mean, It's worse than anything. It's worse than the Will Chamberlain trade. It's worse than Charles Barkley, Scott Rowland. Go down the list. Cliff Lee. This is the worst situation of all time for any pro sports franchise in Philadelphia history.
Well, that's pretty powerful because there's been a lot of bad trades that ended up happening here. But look, when you get a franchise quarterback, you hold on to him for dear life. And to have to do a complete 180 and move on from him, it is one of the most astounding stories that I can think of since I've been doing this, is that you traded the franchise quarterback and essentially got a third-round pick this year and a second-round pick for next year that could be a first. But all people are going to read is you got a third-round pick and a possible first-round, like that potential of the first-round pick doesn't even matter to most people. It's you traded the franchise quarterback away. And, you just said it. This could be, I don't know, do you think this is the beginning of a long couple of years?
Well, I think it's going to be. When Donovan was traded, Donovan had already taken the team to the Super Bowl. So I don't really think that you can, and he had gone and was healthy and had gone to 5 championship games with Andy Reid. So I don't think you can compare the two. Now, obviously, he flamed out rather quickly in Washington. Charles Barkley was traded. Charles never won a championship, but he went on to a Hall of Fame basketball career beyond the Sixers, for sure. He played many, many successful years in the NBA afterwards. We all know what happened with Wilt, and that was I don't think you can really compare the two. We're talking about, again, a Hall of Fame player. Right now, we're talking about a player who was last in the league in every major category, who at the end had a fractured relationship with the team and the coach who made him the franchise quarterback and drafted him and put all kinds of draft capital and money and simply tried to make him as happy as he possibly could, and it didn't work out.
Right.
And I think a lot of the blame has to go to Carson Wentz. I really do. I don't want to absolve Howie Roseman or Doug Peterson or, the people around Carson. But really, notwithstanding the injuries that he suffered, and some of them could be laid at the feet of Carson Wentz himself. He did not have to run into the end zone in L.A. That was a first and goal situation. He could have thrown it away and lived for 2 more downs. That was a late and dirty hit by Jadeveon Clowney in that playoff game. I thought it should have been a penalty. I thought it was illegal. The refs and the NFL did not, but hey, they disagreed. But the bottom line is he was often injured. He was unproductive when they needed him to be. Great. He had a hand in a Super Bowl season. And I guess you could look at it this way if you want to, Mike. They traded up in the first round for Carson Wentz, gave up those draft picks, got 3/4 of an MVP season that put him on the doorstep of a Super Bowl title, and they won it. And that's what they got from Carson Wentz.
Yep, it's well put there by Sal, and we kind of talked about that earlier. He did get you that number 1 seed in that playoff. You probably don't win the Super Bowl unless you get home field advantage, and then, of course, he gets hurt. So he did get a Super Bowl in his 5 years. He was not a big part of it in the playoff run. Let me ask you this. You're a numbers guy. You like to hear the odds. Do you think the Colts' odds have changed getting Wentz? Because I got the updated odds in front of me.
Oh, boy. I think they changed, and I think they went down.
They started the day at 25-1, and they are still 25-1. Vegas doesn't think Wentz moves the needle too much for them. There you go.
Well, what does that tell you? That tells you that nobody's betting it. Nobody's betting it, right? Nobody's putting money on it either way.
That's right. So I don't know. It's going to be an amazing story to watch this year. How does Wentz perform in another uniform? And then, of course, we'll always wonder what if he stayed here. But and I know, Sal, they had to have a divorce here. They just had to move on. They couldn't keep him.
Oh yeah, But, Carson Wentz, hey, he's gone to a team where he likes to coach. He's got an offensive line that can protect them, one of the best in the NFL. He's got a coach that believes in running the football. He's got a team that went to the playoffs. Hey, Mike Gill, let's see what he does with it. He's been handed the money. He's been handed the keys to the kingdom. Everything is around him to succeed. Guess what? There's no one else to blame, Mike Gill.
Not this time.
No one else to blame.
Last one for you, Sal. Will Jalen Hurts be the starter or other?
Jalen Hurts will be the starter.
All right, we shall see. Pick 6 in the draft is fast approaching. Free agency, a lot going on. Sal Palantonio, Johnny G, and the Burger Real Estate team, thanks to them and Sal for jumping on today here to give us a little insight on this deal. Good piece today on SportsCenter. Check that out for everybody out there. Why this happened, how it got to this point, and so much more. Carson Wentz traded to the Colts, 3rd-round pick this year, a 2nd-round pick next year that can turn into a 1st-round pick. Sal Palantonio. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks for clearing that up for me, Mike Gill.
I do my best. All right, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Boy, there you go. It is that's the compensation. It's crazy to hear it that Brodes there wasn't more than that from some people, but again, I think the fact that pick can turn into a 1st-round pick really changes things, don't you?
I absolutely do. No doubt about it. And yeah, unfortunately, it's in the fine print, so it's not as sexy, but it is there. With the Vegas thing, though, I'm kind of curious because they didn't have a quarterback, really. So for them to set it at 25-1, just knowing how Vegas works and all, like, they had to imagine that someone was going to enter that quarterback position. Obviously, that isn't Phillip Rivers. Did they set 25-1 thinking Wentz was going to be their quarterback? So when he did sign, it stayed put.
That's an interesting take. Like, they're just assuming.
Well, I know Vegas doesn't assume, so maybe that there was some behind-the-scenes type of knowledge of, hey, Wentz is going to be ended up. Because they have the information before anybody else does. I don't know how they get it, but they get it.
All right, that's a good question. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, Mike Gill Brodes. That was Sal Pal. Coming up in 20 minutes, Ron Jaworski is going to join us. We'll get his take on how it got to this point and what's next for the Eagles. Eagles great Ron Jaworski at 3:40 today. Football at 4 with Andrew. Because now, Andrew, I'm interested to see, now that Wentz isn't here, the draft and quarterbacks, is it much more of a possibility? And then Rob Motti at 5 o'clock tonight. We'll do a little Sixer conversation in the mix after last night's loss, all that and more. Don't go away. Your comments continuing on a very busy stream today. If you're watching the show live at 97.3ESPN.com. This is the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, and watch the show live at 97.3ESPN.com.
We never stop talking Eagles and NFL. It's football at 4, every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
This month, let me offer you some presidential advice. Leave your dollar in your wallet when you get 0% APR financing from Matt Blatt Kia.
Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you out of that old car you hate. Come in today or visit us online and get the credit you deserve. 0% APR financing available for up to 60 months on new 2021 Kia Sportage, K5, and Forte models. Or take $4,000 off MSRP on new 2020 Kia Niros in stock. Plus Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River and Egg Harbor Township wants your trade, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Don't forget, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers for Tier 1 and 2 credit for Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1516 for 1,000 power. 4,000 all 2020 euros with 2,500 Kia Motors factory rebate to dealer. 1,500 Matt Blatt Kia discount. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 3/4/2021.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
This message is brought to you by the Egg Harbor Independent Branch Leader at Charles Schwab and Consumer Square Shopping Center. In these uncertain times, no matter what tomorrow holds, Schwab remains invested in investors, in optimism, in guidance, in service, in your tomorrow. So whatever happens today, Schwab remains invested in your tomorrow. Call the Egg Harbor Independent Branch at 609-910-4807 or learn more at schwab.com/Egg Harbor on how Schwab is ready to help.
Recently, Total Wireless helped Charlie Michelle stage a virtual dance recital for her friends and family.
This event was super meaningful to them.
Because when you move to Total Wireless, you can get amazing devices on nationwide 5G. And with unlimited plans starting at $25 a month, you could save up to $1,200 a year.
Thank you, Total Wireless, for helping me pull this off.
Total Wireless. Do amazing. Compatible 5G device required. 5G network in limited areas. Month equals 30 days. Savings claim made when compared to 4-line postpaid plans of leading carriers 10-20-20. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
Hey, y'all, this is your girl, Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge for a coupon and daily support? Sign up at Metamucil.com today.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel teaches you conversations that you will actually use. With 14 languages and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll learn what matters most to you. Babbel. Language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com.
More time at home means more washing, drying, cooking, and cleaning at home, and more wear and tear on old appliances. But it's the perfect time to save on new ones at the Home Depot. For savings on the latest appliances, and right now, free delivery. From the kitchen to the laundry room, that upgrade is well within reach. And closer than ever. Save on top appliances, now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only while supplies last. Free delivery on major appliances, $396 or more, valid through February 24th.
Listen to that 290 horsepower iVTEC V6 engine. That's a double wishbone front suspension. Nah, that's not our supercar. That's the all-new 3-row Acura MDX. It's only natural to confuse the fully redesigned MDX with the NSX because they share more in common than you think. It's a premium 3-row SUV with supercar DNA. Acura. Let's talk more drive.
For attractive offers on the entire Acura lineup, visit your Delaware Valley Acura dealer today.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
All right, I want to tell you about my friends at PropSwap.com. You know, today was made for PropSwap.com. You go out and bet the Colts right now. I think it's 25-1. And let's say they get out and have a great season and they're in the playoffs and their odds go down to 3-1, 4-1, 5-1. And you have that ticket that you bought today at 25-1. You can post that ticket at PropSwap.com and make a huge profit on it. Let's say Carson Wentz is the 27 Carson Wentz and you got him at 25-1 to win the Super Bowl. And they go on and have a great regular season. Post that ticket at PropSwap.com. You know what the hard part is with that, Brodes? I have done something like this before. I did a futures bet one time. This was before PropSwap was around. And it was like when the books just opened at the casinos. I went up and I did West Virginia to win more than 8 games a couple years ago. And I put the ticket in a place where it sat and faded out and they couldn't read it.
Come on.
Yeah.
Wow, that sucks.
The ticket faded out so much that the casino could not verify to read the ticket, and I didn't get anything on it. I didn't get paid on it.
Now, did that make or break you? I mean, how much are we talking here? A little peanuts?
It was like I put $50 down. I think I was going to win. It was like, hey, it was like my first official bet when gambling became legal.
Wow, so you screwed up the first. Good for you. It's almost as bad as watching my feet are killing me last night.
You didn't like that?
No, you sent me a picture. I almost threw up.
Yeah, the guy had like a hoof. He had a hoof foot and a cleft foot.
It's disgusting that
You know
you
what they had
actually
to
sit
do
there
to
and
his
watch
foot?
that.
You know what they had to do to his foot?
Please tell me. Enlighten me.
Guillotine his toes off.
And you're sitting there on your stomach with your hands under your chin on that couch of yours to the right of the TV, just enjoying every moment.
Oh, it was last night. My girlfriend and we both agreed the 3 feet on that show last night were the 3 worst feet, I think, collectively on any show ever.
I want to go back and actually read you sent me a picture. It's got to be this is my feet are killing me is an all-timer. Worst foot ever. It's got to be the worst foot I've ever seen. It's worth a check. The doctor's recommending amputation of 2 toes. You were giving me exclamation points. You have to watch this.
Yeah. I thought that maybe I could get you intrigued enough to be like, oh my God, I got to see this.
That's so funny.
Oh, I felt so bad for this guy. He was such a nice man too.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that that bad things happen to good people, Gil.
Ron Jaworski, 340 today. We'll get his opinion on this. The Eagles have traded Carson Wentz. So many comments coming in. And look, I think, me personally, I wasn't expecting a whole heck of a lot here. I wasn't expecting that they were going to get 2 first-round picks. I wasn't really expecting like that trade that Jaworski talked about, that he heard that they were talking about 2 twos. What do you like better? The 2 twos or the 3 this year and the possibility of getting a 1 next year?
That's a great question because the 2 twos definitely still have value. To me, I value that. But the fact that 2 can become a 1, I think I have to lean towards it. But it can backfire. It's more of a gamble because you don't know for sure. While the other one is you're getting 2 seconds. And if it becomes a 2nd and a 3rd, that's definitely not as great. But you take the gamble here because the first-round pick could be significant.
Yeah, so the first-round pick is, to me, getting the possibility of getting a first-round pick next year makes the deal salvageable. You're sad. It's a sad story. I think Sal's right. Like, this is a trade that is incomprehensible, that you had to trade your franchise quarterback. But in the end, the potential of getting a first-round pick makes it like it was a divorce that had to happen, but at least I got the house. I got to keep the house. Where it's like, at least I got to eat the furniture in the house.
Yeah. Maybe it's the furniture, not so much the house itself. That's way more of a victory. But when you go back, when we talk about the Super Bowl, everyone normally ties it to, and deservedly so, a family member that passed, that didn't get to experience it. Well, I had a family member that it was coming down to the end, but they ended up witnessing the Super Bowl. We were like, wow, I can't believe it was such an exciting moment. And I'm not going to lie to you, over like the last handful of weeks, I always did think to myself, wow, if he could see this right now, like the fact that he, passed away, didn't see what happened afterwards, but if he only knew where we're at now, it's just crazy. It's crazy.
It is, but like you have pick 6 this year. And you also remember, you have the 6th pick in each round, so you'll have a high 2nd round pick. You now have 2 third-round picks. So you're going to get 4 players, in the first 2 days of the draft this year. Then once this draft is done, next year, you will have 2 first-round picks, hopefully. And if you don't, you will have a first rounder and 2 second rounders next year because you're automatically getting a conditional the second round pick. So you are getting, 2 extra players, all of which are in the first 3 rounds of the draft. So you are going to get a high volume of potential help very quickly here.
And you need it. You need it based off of cheap, talented players. Of course, you got to hit, but the fact that it's not a highly paid player that you can go out and grab, you need to snag as many of those as possible. Now, when the first trade went down of Stafford and Goff, we kind of realized that it wasn't setting the market. Did this trade set the market at all? Or is this sort of just like the Matthew Stafford Goff? It's in its own section of the trade market because of how bad Wentz played last year.
I think the fact that he was so bad last year really knocked the market off. Like we had said before, I wonder what if they said at the end of 19 when they drafted Hurts, hey, you know what? Let's just trade him now. Put him on the market. See what we can get. I wonder if they would have got what kind of offers and how many different variety of offers. Because all that we're hearing right now is, Brodes, they only had 1 team involved here. He had essentially no value. No value.
I know it's wild. Would 2 first-round picks after 2019 be a realistic guess and wild throw up in the air?
If they tried to trade him after last year with 2 first-round picks, I would think so. After 17, 18, 19, those 3 years are what's on his resume. 16 is a rookie. I don't think people are going to plus or minus him there. But 17, 18, and 19, I think people are going to say he's available. I think the market would be high for him. I think it was this year that finally people soured on him. And I would agree with you. I don't even know that everybody is soured on him. I think they think that, it's like they want to make excuses. Look, I liked Wentz. I had been a Wentz fan, supporter, but you got to call it as you see it. He had a horrible year, and I called it early. I said he was terrible this year. Every week we come in, he was horrible. That doesn't mean I don't think he can't play anymore, but I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical if he'll ever be a player of the magnitude that we once saw.
Well, I think the excuses come in not so much for Carson Wentz. The way I look at it is from the outraged people that, still have Wentz's back. I think it really has to do with the hatred of Howie more so than the bad play of Carson Wentz. Because people hate Howie so much to this insane degree that even though Wentz might have played, they want to get that frustration out of the Howie hate. So they tend to lean all of it on Howie instead of looking at it from the both angle, which is where I say, I honestly do believe that when you break this up in a pie, I really do think it's 25 Laurie, 25 Howie, 25 Doug, 25 Carson. Yeah. I really do think it's all of them.
I agree. I have no problem with that. I agree. I don't think one person is the overriding problem. If you want to say that they all 4 have equal reason here, I have no argument with that. I think Howie has his flaws. He evidently is not a guy that many people like. That he but guess what? That comes with that job sometimes. You're not the most popular guy when you're the GM. You do things for the betterment of the team, and sometimes that rubs the current player the wrong way. If I draft a player for the future, the current team doesn't like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's not his job to make. His job is to make the franchise better, not the current team. It's to make the current team better, yes, but he also has to have an eye on the future too. And that gets you into trouble sometimes. You have to make tough decisions. Somebody asked me the other day, how much do you think that they didn't renegotiate with Ertz played a factor here? Like that him and Wentz are close, and that the way they handled the Ertz thing.
If that did, I would be pretty disappointed in Carson Wentz because there needs to be a realistic mentality here of this is a business and there's going to be tough decisions made. So, I mean, could it have played a little bit? Yeah, I guess so. But if it played a lot, then I'm concerned. My answer, it should not have played any.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, Ron Jaworski will join us. We'll get his take on this whole situation. Was this a total organizational failure? Is it 25, 25, 25, 25, or is it 100% somebody? And what's next? Is it Jalen Hurts? Do you draft a guy now? Where do the Eagles go from here? Former Eagles quarterback Ron Jaworski will join us next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget to watch the show live at 97.3ESPN.com.
It's Sixers basketball tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Simmons, he's going to lay it up and in. It's B with a block at one end. It's Simmons like a freight train getting the layup.
The Sixers host the Chicago Bulls tomorrow. Coverage begins at 7:30. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN.
Bigger, better Boardwalk. Boardwalk Honda. Bigger, better Boardwalk. Boardwalk Honda.
Your brand new Honda is waiting for you at Boardwalk Honda. Stop in and shop our complete new inventory. Accords, Civics, CRVs, you name it. And we have a great selection of SUVs with all-wheel drive capabilities, perfect for snowy conditions. Right now, lease a new 2021 HRV LX all-wheel drive for just $99 a month. Or lease a new 2021 CRV EX all-wheel drive for $189 a month. Plus, browse our entire selection of pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have it all from store to shore. We're sure to have the vehicle you want at the price you want. Plus,
Plus, we work with all credit situations. Boardwalk Honda partners with over 25 top financial lenders, so we'll help you get approved and on the road in your new Honda in no time. Visit Boardwalk Honda today, located in Egg Harbor Township, or shop online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
Boardwalk Honda.
Call us toll free at 844-890-3390 for more details.
Gary is refinancing his home, so he shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting him up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision he'll never regret, unlike taking that gig in the testing lab at the deodorant company.
Raise your arm, please. Oh, man, I hate this job.
Pretty regrettable, Gary. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
Hey, sports fans, JR from WagerPro.com. And guys, tonight's the night. It's our TNT two-team parlay, and it's absolutely free on a recorded message. Toronto, Milwaukee, point spread winner, free. Brooklyn, LA, point spread winner, free. Call this number, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. Get two huge blowout winners, both on TNT tonight. Guys, we're going to hit both matchups and make you a fortune on this parlay. Call. The information is razor sharp, and both games are on a recorded message, 30 seconds long. Call right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Toronto, Milwaukee, Brooklyn, LA, both games on tape. 800-499-3733 and visit wagerpro.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kendall Auto Plaza offers the area's best car and truck buying experience with 60 years of customer satisfaction and community service. What's on their 100-acre lot? A huge inventory of Ford, Lincoln, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, and over 100 quality and certified pre-owned vehicles. Whether you use your car, truck, or SUV for work or play, discover why Kendall customers are so loyal. Kendall Auto Plaza, exit 10 of the Parkway on Stone Harbor Boulevard, or shop from home at KendallAutoplaza.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 341 here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura dealers for great deals on Acura's award-winning lineup. Shop online at DelValAcura.com. Mike Gill, Hunter Brody, what's up, everybody? Ron Jaworski set to join us here to give us his opinion on how this all happened, bros. How did this all go down? What was the deal as the Eagles trade Carson Wentz today in exchange for a 2021 pick in the third round this year and a 2022 pick in the second round next year that could become a first-round pick? So did the Eagles get enough? How did we get to this spot? We'll bring Ron Jaworski in, of course, a legendary member of the Philadelphia Eagles organization, doing plenty of things now in the area. RonJaworskiGolf.com. He's got 7 signature courses in South Jersey and the greater Philadelphia area. And one guy who might not be playing on those courses anytime soon, Ron, will be Carson Wentz. He's moving to Indianapolis. How did we get here? How did this happen?
Well, first of all, Mike and Hunter, I think Blue Heron Pines will be open this weekend, so we may get some golf in this weekend if this snow melts. But anyway, we'll get to the important news right now. And obviously, Carson Wentz has been dealt to the Indianapolis Colts, and all in all, probably a win for Carson Wentz. Although I think Howie Roseman did a good job of salvaging what was a bad deal here in Philadelphia with Carson Wentz.
So we get to this point. How do you get to a point where you have to trade your franchise quarterback? How does it get to the point where the organization has to come to terms with he doesn't want to be a part of our organization anymore?
I think in time we will find out the real reasons why. I think up until this point, it's been a lot of speculation on, why this marriage went south when, in the first 4 years of his career, it looked like a quarterback that was going to be our starter and proficient player for another 10 years, and it fell apart. And Carson is not a bad quarterback. He had a bad year. There is absolutely no doubt of that, no question of that. But clearly, I think he does have substantial talent and ability. I think from Carson's perspective, the relationship he developed with Frank Reich when he was here was very important to him. They got along very well. As this dragged on, it appeared there was really only one landing spot for Carson Wentz, and that was Indianapolis, and he was going to not accept a trade anywhere else, particularly Chicago, where he was being talked about as a potential trading partner with. He ended up with a good team. And by the way, this is a good team in Indianapolis with a very solid offensive line, 3 number 1 draft choices on the O-line, a 2nd-round pick, and a 4th-round free agent from Seattle. So it's certainly a team that will protect the quarterback, and it's exactly what Carson Wentz needs. But it is kind of amazing when you just think of where this team has fallen so fast, and in this pandemic era, which I have a hard time holding people accountable for things because of the way we've had to live for the last 10 months. And we look at, Doug Peterson gone, our quarterback for the next decade gone, salary cap hits, dead money, a team that really is in free fall right now. And it's an amazing situation that the Eagles are in right now, one that certainly I wouldn't have expected a year ago.
Were you shocked that the only team in it was the Colts? I mean, look, Carson Wentz obviously had a bad season last year, but if you look at the track record, other than the downfall last season, he has that skill set. We all know that he played at an MVP level. It's in there. So to see only the Colts, does that surprise you?
Yeah, to a certain degree it does, but then again, that's the market. You would think there's still a need with some teams at the quarterback position, but I also am well aware that this is going to be a very deep draft at the quarterback position. I'm looking at 4, maybe 5 possible first-round draft choices. So I think teams look at that as well. They say, do we want to inherit a guy that has a $100 million contract, just under $100 million for the next 4 years? Obviously, they have to pay a $10 million bonus next month. So I think when teams weigh everything in, there was a deflated market for Carson Wentz, and clearly, I think that played into the fact that the Eagles couldn't get to a number 1 guaranteed. Now, if Carson plays 75% of the plays, or 70% and the Colts go to the playoffs, the Eagles will get a first-round pick, but it's a contingency. So really the Eagles, what they know they're going to get is a 2nd and a 3rd rounder. So the market didn't bear much more than that. Despite Howie Roseman's hard work trying to drive the market up, he could not create a market.
I think it was last week that you reported that you had heard 2 second-round picks. Did you ultimately think that getting the 3rd and the 2nd next year with a possibility of first, that they ended up getting enough in this deal?
Yeah, it was kind of a trade-off rather than number 1 right up front. The 2 became a 1, and that eliminated the 2nd-round pick and potentially another 3rd-round pick. And, like everyone else, I've been around the NFL since 1973, and I have people in front offices and coaching staffs that, I get pretty valid information from, and I'm not saying I'm right or I'm wrong, but it's something that that there are people I know I can trust. And I did know that a first-round draft choice was not being offered. There were a number of different ways to go 2nd or 3rd round, but a first-rounder wasn't in the offering. Who knows what could have, so I said, I think Howie did a good job of at least getting a chance for that 2nd-round pick to become a first-round pick, and that makes it a salvageable deal for the Eagles in regards to player procurement. So I trust my sources, and I go with what I believe is the correct story based on what I hear.
What do you think is the best option moving forward at the quarterback position? You have Jalen Hurts. You're drafting 6, which you're not accustomed to being this high. Is there any quarterback that intrigues you that you think maybe taking that 6 overall pick on them is worth it?
Yeah, I haven't really drilled down in my tape study of the quarterbacks out there, but I think clearly Trevor Lawrence is the guy that I'd love to have, but he's going to be in Jacksonville. I think when you start looking at the rest of the quarterbacks, like I said, and there are 4 or 5 that are going to go in the first round, or our first round talents. That doesn't mean they always go in the first round. But I think it's going to be, what do the teams like? Do the Eagles want to go for a draft another quarterback? Jalen Hurts is there. I like what I saw in Jalen Hurts last year. I like what I saw him at his college tape at Oklahoma and Alabama. He's a very talented guy. But clearly, 4 games of some meaningless football late in the season, I just can't say, yeah, that's going to be my guy, and we're going to pass on some of these quarterbacks with a big upside. I personally, I'm just not at that place. Maybe the Eagles, after they do their evaluations, will be at that place, and they will make quarterback a priority in this draft. But I think it's still early to forecast. Too early to forecast, what the Eagles are going to do.
Ron Jaworski's with us, and of course, the Eagles trade their franchise quarterback today. I mean, when you look back at this, is this an organizational failure? Did they let him down? Did they, it just ran its course? I mean, how do we look back at all of this, the fact that Carson Wentz is not here anymore?
Well, I started saying it at the end of last season when the changes were being made at quarterback and all the problems that were going on with the team, and 4-11-1, that it was an organizational failure. This team, 3 years removed from hoisting the Vince Lombardi Trophy, to be in this position right now is unacceptable. And I know Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, and they're not happy campers right now. In fact, they're as angry as the Philadelphia fan base that we've gotten to this point. We talked about the gold standard and, being multiple Super Bowl winners and, all the things that everyone felt good about this team, and to be in this position 3 years later is just unacceptable. I know the Eagles front office feels that way. The fans feel that way. But based on what we're seeing right now, we're going to be hurt by the salary cap. The cap is going down from $200 million to $180 million. So you really can't reward players that deserve raises. You can't go in the free agency market. We're taking a hit from the dead money of over $30 million. So this is going to be, and Jeffrey Lurie said it himself, it's a rebuild program right now. And who would have thought that 3 years ago when the Vince Lombardi Trophy was being paraded around Philadelphia?
Nope. Bonkers. Crazy. I can't believe it's gotten to this crazy day. Ron Jaworski, right, kind enough to jump on board with us. We know it's busy and there's a lot going on. And, of course, as you mentioned, hopefully the weather gets a little nicer. Maybe I can pop out to Ron Jaworski's, one of his seven signature golf courses right here in the South Jersey, Greater Philadelphia area. And, by the way, don't forget, one membership gets you access to all 7. Check out more at ronjaworskigolf.com. Are we supposed to get nice weather this weekend? Can I get out there?
No, the snow is going to be gone, but next week I saw in the 50s, guys. So I will see you at 7 Tap Tavern at Blue Heron Pines if I'm not on the golf course.
All right, Jaws. It's good to catch up with you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Be safe.
All right. Ron Jaworski, everybody. All right. Let's keep it here for a couple minutes, I should say, and break down. I mean, he seems to think, Brodes, that Roseman salvaged this by getting the pick. It seems like, hey, that was the market. He reported last week, 2 seconds. He stuck by the fact that he had heard they were not getting a first. And for the fact, I think, and I said this earlier, like the wording of it, the conditional second makes it sound as if we didn't give you a first-round pick. But the Eagles would say there's a good chance that thing turns into a first-round pick as long as Wentz. Look, everybody thinks if Wentz went someplace else, he's going to be good. And if he is, you're going to get a first-round pick out of this. And I think, to me, that would be pretty big to get 3 first-round picks. 1 number 6, maybe better, who knows, or if they trade down and whatever. If let's say they're bad next year and you get another top 10 pick plus the Colt pick, 3 first-round picks possibly in a 2-year span, it could be a quick turnaround.
Yeah, no doubt. I've been fully consistent on this. I think next year might be a down year, but I don't think they're in this just brutal spot for 5, 6, 7 years like some do. I think next year might be a little tough. Look, first-year head coach, you don't really know what to expect, and you don't know what the quarterback position is going to be. It's either going to be a young Jalen Hurts or a young rookie quarterback maybe they draft. It might be a little tough next season, but as you kind of alluded to, if you do stink, well, then you have another high draft pick, and I think within 2-3 years, we're right back in the conversation that we have been over like the last 20 years of, hey, you feel competitive.
If you hit on number 6 this year and get a player, and let's say, for instance, you end up getting a defensive star on that side of the ball that you can kind of build around, and that your offense kind of progresses here, then next year you have 2 first-round picks. Now you have a lot of options to kind of start filling in spots. Now, one problem that I could see is your offensive line is kind of aging. Sal mentioned the line situation. Let's say they come back and have a great offensive line and have a good season because of the offensive line. We talked about their schedule next year has 13 teams or 11 teams or 11 games, because 2 of them are Cowboys and the other one, 2 are Giants. 11 games where you will face a non-playoff team. The opportunity is there to turn things around. If your offensive line is a lot better, keep in mind that offensive line, if Jason Kelce comes back, right? You don't know how many more years he's going to play. How many more years are you getting solid play from Lane Johnson? So you are going to have, even though I don't think you need to do it now, you're going to have to start thinking about that offensive line. So getting that potential, even if it's a second-round pick, you can get a solid player in that second round to play that position. And if it's a first-round pick, you can really do some damage there. So I like the fact that Roseman ended up getting this conditional pick here, because I think you can get 2 first-round picks next year out of the deal. And, of course, you get the third-round pick this year. It gives you – how many picks they got this year, 11 now?
Around that, in that range, yeah. The thing, maybe this is me being wishful thinking, though, like you mentioned, maybe a second-round pick on a lineman or whatever. I just feel like this organization, when you want to give them credit here, they do so well at drafting 4th-rounders and 6th-rounders, 7th-rounders. When it comes to linemen, do I trust them to wait to grab someone that they can build and mold with Jeff Stoutland compared to using a second-round pick on another position? Unless that's me being, trying to get too cute.
Paul Zeckman's watching on YouTube. He says, if it turns into a first-round pick, the deal is fine. I agree with that. I don't even think it's awful if it's just a second-round pick. It's just not as exciting.
Right. By the way, Jaws didn't seem too in on Hurts' big picture, huh?
No, he sounded like no, he didn't do the homework yet on the draft. But Steve Garrison is watching on YouTube. He says, Roseman has failed on the draft the last few years, passing on Metcalf and Jefferson. Well, that's obvious. What? Yuck. Dom Corleone is in. He says, this is always a lose-lose for the Birds. Draft picks are useless with Howie Roseman in the draft room. There we go. Another one of those. Football at 4 on the other side. Don't go away.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
He scores!
The Flyers host the New York Rangers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN and listen live on the free mobile app.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
When we feel stress or anxiety, our body and mind are affected. Now more than ever, knowing 3 simple steps can help reduce anxiety. First, get your breathing under control. When we're stressed, we often take quick, shallow breaths. Slow it all down by taking long, deep breaths, which will lower your heart rate and begin to calm your nerves. Visualization is the next important step. Close your eyes and find your happy place. Maybe it's the beach, maybe it's a park. A calming image that brings you bliss will help you ease your mind and body. Last, count back slowly from 20. This will give you something else to focus on instead of anxiety. Following these simple techniques can help, but if you suffer with severe and persistent anxiety, talk with your healthcare specialist or mental health professional. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
Body Armor Light isn't just a sports drink. It's more than a sports drink. With no artificial sweeteners, no sugar added, and only 20 calories per 16-ounce bottle. Body Armor Light is changing the game when it comes to hydration. Plus potassium-packed electrolytes, coconut water, antioxidants, and vitamins make Body Armor Light the perfect choice for your next workout and your active lifestyle. Body Armor Light, more than a sports drink. Head to drinkbodyarmor.com to learn more.
This President's Day, Dell honors all you do with exceptional savings up to $300 off. Power your passions with our latest tech, like beautifully crafted XPS computers and powerful Alienware gear featuring Intel Core processors. Work, learn, or play from anywhere with essential electronics, including monitors, plus free shipping on everything. Call 800-BUY-DELL or visit Dell.com/President's Day. That's 800-BUY-DELL.
Hey, bro, I don't think I can help you move Saturday. My back is really bugging me. I just don't think I can handle it. Sorry.
Hey, dude, it's John. I know I told you I'd be able to help you move. I think Michelle's really mad at me for something. What's that, honey? Oh, dude, I gotta go. Sorry, man.
Call Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey for your next local or long-distance move. Clark's, dependable and always shows up. Call 609-889-0780.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
DSC. There are so many razors out there. How do you choose which one's right for you? Well, at Dollar Shave Club, we got you. With a 6-blade cartridge for daily shavers with short hair and a 4-blade cartridge for less frequent shavers with longer hair. Still confused? Well, we put both blades in one new starter box, so you can test drive both. Check out dollarshaveclub.com/ESPN, dollarshaveclub.com/ESPN, and visit DSC at your nearest store. You've got questions, we got answers. Welcome to the club.
Now at a store near you.
It's time for some straight talk. Your tax return could look different this year, but you're still going to hear a lot of noise about how to spend it. So when the big carriers tell you to splurge on the latest nonsense, just tune it out. With Straight Talk, you can get a Samsung Galaxy A51 for just $199. Plus, get the $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan with no contract on America's best networks for up to 50% less. Tune out the nonsense and tune in to Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
Gary is refinancing his home, so he shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting him up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision he'll never regret, unlike taking that gig in the testing lab at the deodorant company.
Raise your arm, please. Oh, man, I hate this job.
Pretty regrettable, Gary. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
The radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Good in front, deflected, they score!
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DeCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you locally by Dr. Lyle and Back. For everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery, go to iloveLyleBack.com. Call 856-MAKEOVER for Dr. Lyle and Back, proud sponsor of Football at 4. Andrew DeCecco is in the house today. And he is a Football at 4 veteran, of course, of this topic, which is one Carson Wentz, who got traded today, Andrew. It's about time. Now let's get your initial reaction on the compensation. They obviously get in return here a third-round pick for this season and a conditional second-round pick for next season, which can turn into a first-round pick if he plays 75% of the snaps. So did Howie Roseman get enough for Wentz?
Well, a major domino fell. It actually happened, Mike. I was starting to think that this was going to get pushed out into March, the way that things were sort of dragging on. But when you look at what they got back initially, it's easy to kind of roll your eyes and say that's it. But I mean, you got a guy who obviously didn't want to be here. The Eagles were starting to lose leverage. He was coming off a horrendous season, and all these different reports. He pretty much handpicked where he wanted to go, and it was down to one team. I mean, the Bears kind of pulled away. So, I mean, what they were able to get, you look at, the conditional the second rounder in 2022 becomes a first rounder if Wentz plays 75% of the snaps or 70% and the team makes the playoffs. I mean, there's a strong likelihood that happens, and they end up with a first round pick anyway. And they get a decent pick in the third round, the 84th overall. There's going to be a ton of talent there that they can start to kind of restock the roster and add some playmakers there. Given everything that sort of transpired, I do think that what they were able to get in return was relatively decent given the circumstances.
I mean, how much? I feel like the conditional part of it, if he plays 75% of the snaps, it will become a first-round pick. If they end up getting the first, like if you reverse the years and that the condition, you can't do that because obviously the conditional was based on playing time. But if they got a first-round pick this year and a third-round pick next year, as opposed to a third-round pick this year and a potential first-round pick next year, do we feel differently if that pick, the better pick, comes this season?
Yeah, I think so, just because you look at what the roster, you look at the current state of the Eagles roster, and they really need to get younger, and they need to hit on a lot of these younger players and start landing some building blocks here if you want to kind of turn the ship around and get things headed in the right direction. So I think, impatience from many fans' perspective can say, I don't want to wait until 2022. We need that pick now. But I mean, I think the likelihood is very good that the Eagles are going to get a first round pick out of this. I do think that the Colts are going to head back to the playoffs. And I think that given the offensive line and the pieces around Carson, I think that he'll remain upright and be able to play a significant chunk of the portions there with the Colts. And, I think it'll kind of work out well for everyone involved.
Reports lately were saying that Wentz doesn't want to be in Chicago if that was the team that was going to win the battle, if you will, for Carson Wentz. But even if that is true and that is the case and he had a lot to say in what was going down, are you surprised that at the end of the day, there was really one or two teams involved? I mean, we are talking about a guy outside of last year that had a track record of a skill set that is insane in this league. And now here he is available for a trade and not with some heavy package tied to him in terms of compensation and like big package like a Deshaun Watson type deal. And yet we're only hearing one or two names. It just seems so outrageous.
Yeah, well, remember, as talented and the high ceiling that Carson Wentz has, he does come with a little bit of a risk. And you started to see a team like the Bears pull away, and the Carolina Panthers, who you saw Adam Kaplan tweet about earlier today. Well, they're going to look elsewhere. I don't think there was many teams in play here. I think Carson really zeroed in on the team that he wanted to go to.
Andrew, I think there was one team in play, don't you?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And there was one team in play. I always think that it was like that. I never thought that. I mean, if Carson didn't want to go to Chicago, they were never in play to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, he wanted to go to Indianapolis. There's a familiarity there. There's a lot of pieces around him for him to be successful. And I think ultimately, when he looked at the situation, he said, "I want to go to Indianapolis, or you guys figure it out."
All right. So what about what do you think if they said after last year? Because obviously they draft Hurts, they're maybe disenchanted with their quarterback play. What if they tried to trade him last year? Do you think they would have got a lot of calls and a much bigger haul?
Well, yeah, because he's
I guess to kind of, how much did his play in this particular? He has one season where he played really bad. How much did that drive the price down?
Well, given the other quarterbacks that are kind of in play for the offseason, some of these guys have a lot less risk, albeit they don't have the potential upside of a Carson Wentz. But you more or less know what you're getting with these guys, like a Sam Darnold. He's up and down play, but he's relatively, he doesn't have the highest of highs and lowest of lows. You can kind of there's the sense that you can bring him into a to a different situation and get him around coaches, and he's going to kind of take the coaching, absorb that, and hopefully that'll translate onto the field. With Carson, you hear all these different reports about how he could be difficult to coach. He's hard-headed, he's stubborn, as most franchise quarterbacks are. But when you're coming off a season like that, you're gonna want a quarterback coming in there that's going to take the coaching and say, you know what, I need to reinvent myself and figure out what I need to do to get back to where I was. And I think that kind of made a lot of teams hesitate on, being, getting to the front of that line. And that's why I think that this year in particular, you saw such a regression, and the mechanically, and you saw the turnovers that you would just see from a day 3 rookie that would be throwing instead of a 5th-year veteran. I think that kind of sent off a lot of alarms for teams, and you couple that with his personality and how it's not for everybody, and I think that kind of scares some teams off.
Do you think that this changes the current market, or is this similar to Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford, where it's kind of its own identity? That didn't really play a factor in other moves. Is this Wentz deal so unique that it won't really change maybe what other quarterbacks go for?
Yeah, Hunter, that's kind of how I took it. This is just such a unique one, much like the Stafford and Jared Goff one, where you rarely see a quarterback for quarterback deal. I think this one's very unique in itself. So I don't necessarily think that this is going to change the market or reset anything. It's just kind of something that needed to get done, and it's not really common, and not something you're really going to see every year. But it's a major domino to follow to kind of kick off the offseason here.
All right, football 4, Andrew DeCecco, obviously huge news today. Carson Wentz has been traded. When you watch Wentz, now you study draft and techniques and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. What have you seen over his career that has kind of diminished? I mean, do you see diminishing mechanics? Or do you see a guy that is fixable, or a guy that, the Colts are going to get and say, we don't have to do a lot to fix this guy. He's a very good player. We just need to get him in the right system. What do you think about Wentz now, about how he got to this point and where he can go?
Well, he gets happy feet in the pocket, and that's naturally going to happen when you're kind of, under siege, for lack of a better term. He drops his eyes. He falls away from throws. He doesn't necessarily trust his pass targets, and he locks in on the guys that he's most comfortable with. And those are tendencies that teams really started to, teams were privy to that. And he struggled when a lot of his bad habits started to, teams started to catch on to a lot of his bad habits, and he never really adjusted to that, whether that be, the coaching that he was getting from Press Taylor, or his lack of wanting to change and thinking that he can kind of get himself out of that funk because of his supreme athleticism. But, speaking of that athleticism, you kind of saw a little bit of that deteriorate, his lack of mobility and ability to extend plays. He didn't really have that same burst that he had in his first 2 seasons. Obviously, you can chalk some of that up to injuries, but he also got a little bit bigger. He added a little bit more muscle to his frame, and he was able to absorb some of those hits a little bit more. Those are some of the things that stuck out immediately.
Yeah, I know that, some people think he's going to go to Indianapolis and just, become the player that he was. Do you see that happening, that he will thrive again in another system? Is it as simple as that?
Well, I certainly think that he's set up for success there. He has the support team around him. Most importantly, he has a stellar offensive line. Quentin Nelson, Ryan Kelly. There's just some top tier players there, and then you look at the young group of pass catchers, the Michael Pittmans, the Zach Pascals. They have an undrafted rookie from last season, DeMichael Harris, who I consider to be like a poor man's Jalen Reagor, in that you can move him around if he's kind of utilized that way with Nick Sirianni. So they and T.Y. Hilton's still there. We don't know if he'll be there for the long term, but I mean they have a number of tight ends. He has a connection with Trey Burton. Noah Togiai's there, Mo Alley Cox. They have a lot of pieces there, and he's there with familiarity with Frank Reich and everything like that. So I think that it's the best possible destination that he could have landed.
Is Jalen Hurts the best possible situation for the Eagles next season at starting quarterback?
I've gotten asked that a lot today alone, Hunter, and I would say, the Eagles aren't positioned to win, to contend for a championship this year. I think you owe it to Jalen Hurts. You owe it to, your draft evaluators and, your front office. You like the guy enough to take him 53 overall when you had a guy that you invested in Carson Wentz. Let it play out. Give this guy a full offseason. Let him adjust Nick Sirianni's system. Let him build that continuity and really resonate as a leader in that locker room and build continuity with those wide receivers. And let him play a full season before you get an accurate, in order to get an accurate sample size of what he's really capable of. If it doesn't work out, okay, well, you're going to be, in all likelihood, you're going to have a high pick next year anyway, and then you kind of reevaluate where you go from there. But given the holes that just permeate the roster, I think that you owe it to this young quarterback in Jalen Hurts to start restocking a roster, because instead of fooling around trying to find the perfect quarterback, I think you need to start getting younger and adding playmakers on there and give this guy a chance to be successful.
Yep, I know a lot of people want to know about, and you're the perfect guy to talk to. Is Jalen Hurts to you a better, I don't say prospect maybe, but would you have had him if he was in this draft? These guys are obviously these guys are first-round picks. So if you have an option at quarterback at number 6 now, do you like these guys who will be available at 6 significantly better than you like Hurts?
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Justin Fields is a much better prospect. I like him more as a prospect coming out than I liked Jalen. I think Trey Lance has some desirable traits and that will translate to the NFL level, but we don't know that. And how much better are they right now than Jalen Hurts? There's question marks with all those prospects not named Trevor Lawrence. And I mean, I think that when you're talking about, those guys can't miss prospects, in my opinion. Enough so where you're going to bypass a wide receiver that you can add to your team and start to add building blocks. Enough that you could bypass a potential offensive lineman. You need to start doing those things before you can really know what you have in Jalen Hurts. And I think that at least that Jalen Hurts has taken snaps in the National Football League. He's offered glimpses of what he's capable of. And I think that they can take that and mold him into being an NFL quarterback. And I think you owe it to this young coaching staff to have that opportunity.
Hypothetically, let's say Jalen Hurts is the guy. What do you think he needs to improve on the most this offseason to become a better version of himself?
I would say accuracy. I would say arms. He needs to work on delivering the ball with more velocity. There's not much he can do for arm strength. It's kind of what it is. But he needs to build continuity with his receivers, because I think there's a lot of, he was kind of thrown in there. And I think the fact that he's getting the receivers together to work on timing routes and build that, camaraderie amongst the unit, I think that's going to translate onto the football field. He was kind of thrown in there. There wasn't really, the training camp was abbreviated. And you kind of saw that they weren't always on the same page. I think sometimes Jalen has happy feet and he's so quick to kind of extend plays outside of the pocket. I think he needs to kind of, stay within structure and try to make plays from the pocket. And he obviously has to be more consistent in the second half of games. I mean, he comes out on fire a lot of times, and then when teams adjust at halftime, he didn't adjust, or the Eagles coaching staff didn't adjust. And that was very evident. And that was some of the reason why the offense stalled, many of the reasons why the offense stalled in the season. That has to get cleaned up. And I ultimately think that it will. And I'm excited to see what he can do with the new coaching staff.
All right, we will continue to look forward now that the trade has been made. What's next? They do get that extra third-round pick this year. How would you evaluate this draft in terms of depth? Is this a draft, hey, that having 2 third-round picks will come in handy?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that, if there's a player you really like in the second round and you want to package those thirds and move up, you can do that. We talk about linebacker and how that's not high on the Eagles' priority list, but in the third round, like they took Davion Taylor last year, there's talent that you can find there in the third round. I really like Jabril Cox, the linebacker from LSU. I think he's more likely to be available at 70 than he would be at 84, of course. But I mean, there's talent at wide receiver that will reach in the, bleed into the third round that you could find there. There's going to be a lot of talent that, a lot of depth in certain areas that the Eagles are really deficient at that I think they can capitalize on. with that pick. So, I mean, and like I said, I really love the talent in the second round, Mike. And if they really want to, they could package the 2/3 and move up to the high second and really get another building block.
Since we're on draft evaluation, when Dillard's name popped up the other week or so about maybe in a trade package, Gil and I were discussing, well, how bad of a look would it be to, get rid of your first round left tackle and move him along? And we were curious, do you remember where you evaluated him pre-draft before the Eagles selected Andre Dillard? Where did he rank in terms of your thoughts at that time?
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you asked me that question because when he was available there, I remember my one buddy, he texted me and he said, who do you think the Eagles go for? And at the time I said, I thought it was Titus Howard because there's a story that I put out, I guess it was around that time during the pre-draft process that Titus Howard was going to visit Philadelphia on a pre-draft visit. Jeff Stoutland really liked the guy. He was right in that area. He was a late riser. I remember I put out that there was an AFC team that had him rated as a late first round pick. So he was sitting there, and I thought that he was going to be the guy. But I remember not being in disbelief that Andre Dillard was still there because I thought he was more of a polished, pro-ready prospect. But that just goes to show you that you have to have it between the ears too. You have to be mentally tough. You have to have. There's certain qualities you have to have as a first round pick that in order for your athleticism and traits to translate to the professional level. And, I thought that was a great pick at the time, but, certain things have kind of occurred over that time period that you start to question, what he really conveyed in the interview room at the combine and certain things like that, because physically and athletically, the guy's got it. He came from a very pass heavy situation at Washington State. He really stood out and he's athletic and everything, but there's certain things that you're starting to see. Is he physically tough enough? Is he mentally tough enough to thrive at this level? And when you're talking about an offensive lineman, a left tackle, a blindside protector, nonetheless, those are areas of concern.
Yeah. The one unfortunate thing is, there was a lot of reports that he came into training camp like 20 pounds heavier, that he was in some good shape, ready to get the start, and then he ends up getting hurt. I think, Andrew, and you could probably speak to this, when he played left tackle in place of Peters, he handled himself well. It was that one disastrous night at right tackle that everybody remembers, and it's almost like that's all anybody thinks of now, and nobody is giving the kid a chance to be able to play now based on that one game. But the 3 nights that he played, or 3 games that he played left tackle, by all accounts, he played very well.
I would say he played decent. He played fairly well, and he offered signs, Mike, of being a young player that showed promise. And you wanted to see what he could do. You really wanted to see what he could do this offseason and in the preseason. He was a player that I really wanted to watch. Had they had a preseason. And right now, Jordan Mailata is the apple of many fans' eye right now because of his story and what he showed on the field. It's just his progression in such a short period of time is nothing short of remarkable. And I think they kind of put Andre Dillard on the back burner, but I think it's too premature at this point to move on from Andre Dillard. I think the Eagles certainly don't have an embarrassment or riches at the offensive line that they can afford to, cut ties with, former first round pick nonetheless. So I think that they need to really evaluate him, give him a long look this summer. I think he could also get some looks at guard. If nothing else, he can be depth. But I think that the Eagles recent history has shown that the Eagles can never have too much depth on the offensive line. And he really deserves a long look this season.
Yeah, the problem a lot of people will have with that, Andrew. And look, if Mailata gets the start because he beats him out, you have a 7th-round pick who beats out a 1st-round pick. Then it's, hey, you took a 1st-round pick and you missed on that. So that's just another strike against your draft record if you're Howie Roseman. If the 7th-rounder beats out the 1st-rounder, you don't get credit for finding the 7th-rounder because your 1st-rounder got beat by him. So he's in a no-win situation there.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? And that's the right way to approach it, Mike. You have to you don't just hand Jordan Mailata the spot. You don't just hand Andre Dillard the spot because of his draft pedigree. You let those two guys duke it out, and the best man's going to win. And like you said, if Andre Dillard loses that battle, it's going to look, it's just another blemish on Howie Roseman's track record.
All right. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Andrew DeCecco, good stuff. can start to focus on the offseason, the draft. Free agency will be beginning here in about 3 weeks. And, of course, we'll be all over that. And, of course, follow Andrew at @DeCecco NFL. And, of course, right here during football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Andrew, thank you, man.
Guys, have a great rest of the week.
You do the same. He'll be back on Tuesday. Tomorrow it's Adam Kaplan. We'll get his take on this trade as the dust will have settled. And he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. Football at 4 brought to you by Dr. Lyle and Back. For everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery, go to ilovelyle.com or call 856-MAKEOVER for Dr. Lyle and Back, proud sponsor of Football at 4. All right, Brodes, there you go. So you got the Dillard stuff off. He liked Dillard in that spot, thought he was a good prospect. I think a lot of people did. Also, some of the other things, the stuff with Wentz is I don't think people should harp on whether or not he goes to Indianapolis and plays well. I just hate the fact, like the whole McNabb, he went to Washington, he didn't play well. That doesn't mean he wouldn't have played well here. I think we know that Wentz here was not working. That doesn't mean he can't go someplace else and play. I think Wentz has a very good opportunity to go someplace else and get it right?
I would agree with you. Yeah, I think, if I was a betting man, I'd say that Carson Wentz probably is going to turn it around. But as we were kind of alluding to before, that is irrelevant to what would have happened here in a toxic environment for him. It's like, put yourself in his shoes. And let's say, we're not even talking football. Let's say you work in sales and you work at one sales department and you hate going to work every day. It's miserable. You don't like your boss. You don't like who you work for. Well, guess what? You are going to do worse at your job. Now, let's say you move to a different department store. You love your boss. It's your best friend. You have a great connection. You will then be better. But just because you're better in that second scenario I laid out, it doesn't relate at all to where you were in that toxic environment. So, I mean, it's just that simple.
Yeah, and look, a lot of this too, is Wentz simply I said this a lot about his upbringing, his background. I don't know that he was just a great leader. He may have been a talented player, but just having talent in the NFL is not enough. That talent, you're the quarterback. You need to be able to lead men. You need to walk in that room and have everybody on your side. And I don't know that he ever captured the whole room. Maybe some of the room, but not the whole room. And I'm not saying that's his fault, but I don't know that that was his upbringing to get everybody on the same page and be there with everybody, be there for everybody.
I agree completely. Now, I forget if it was Jalen Mills or Miles Sanders. It was someone on the Eagles who was talking after the season, and they brought up, because they were asked about what went down. And he said, look, Carson Wentz is a competitor. He's a competitor. Jalen Hurts, he's a hell of a leader. And it's like, when that happened, and once again, I forget exactly who it was, if it was Mills or Sanders, or regardless who it was, though, it is kind of irrelevant. The moral of the story is, when you hear people who are in that locker room say Carson Wentz is the competitor, which is a great attribute to have, I'm not downplaying it, but you hear that Wentz is the competitor, Hurts is a great leader. Well, that leader that's almost taking a knock at Carson Wentz, whether he meant to or not.
Yeah, I think being a leader is different from being a competitor. There's no question about that. You can compete at the high level, but sometimes, I think, can you get the other people to want to compete at a higher level because of you? That's what being right. That's what being a leader is, hey, I am bringing everybody's level of play up because, of the way they feel about you as an individual. So it's such an interesting dynamic. Did his personality, with no fault to his own, his personality, what he enjoys, things he does outside of football, is that a reason why some of the teammates look at him differently? People have always asked about that, the AO1 and all of that. Is that a part of why he doesn't connect with people? I don't know.
I didn't want to make it seem so much faith oriented. Just in general, though, just anything he does outside of football.
Maybe. I mean, yeah. I would say it would be bonkers to me if that's the case, because quite frankly, I don't care what you think or believe in. That's up to you. You go home into your house at night, you close your door, and you believe whatever the hell you want, as long as it's not affecting my life. So if that's what you believe, that's great. When you play with me for 60 minutes, that's irrelevant.
I agree with you. I just don't know if he seems like a cool guy. Like, does he seem like a cool guy?
No.
Exactly. That's my point. Like, maybe that hurts him in the locker room. He's not cool.
Yeah, I know he does not. He does not seem like a guy that would have the team over his house and say, "Hey, let's throw on a round of golf and drink a bunch of beers on a Sunday in the off season." You know, I know golf's not the coolest thing, but it's a laid back thing where everybody comes over, puts their feet up. You want to throw a basketball game on or what? He doesn't seem like that guy. No.
Right, and I wonder if that hurts the relationship side of things.
With the players.
Yeah, with the locker room.
Not his wife.
No. No, with the relationship of the players in the locker room.
Yeah. All right, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. He's Hunter Brody. And 4 o'clock hour is being brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet. Take your profit. Find out how. PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. Rob Motti's going to join us at 5. We'll get his perspective on all of this. So stick around for that. Right here on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, and watch the show live from our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
It's a new year and an all-new Matt Blatt Nissan. Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Help us celebrate when you get out of that old car, truck, or SUV and into a brand new Nissan. 2020 Nissan Kicks. $4,000 off MSRP on in-stock units or get 0% APR financing for 60 months on new in-stock Nissan Kicks, Sentra, or Altima models. Plus, Matt Blatt Nissan has fast-track checkout available online at mattblattnissan.com. Our non-touch delivery and electronic paperwork ensures your safety comes first. We want to help with your credit approval today so you can drive a new Nissan with 0% APR financing. Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township or online at mattblattnissan.com. Unapproved credit. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. All factory rebates and incentives to dealer. 0% APR financing based on 15/16 for 1,000 borrowed. Offers can't be combined. Call 888-731-5030 for all the details. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? If your lights seem dim, it's probably time to change them. We can help you do the job right. If you do decide to change your lights, we've got reliable replacement lights waiting for you. We've even got headlight restoration kits that can have your existing lights shining brighter. You can get whatever you need fast with our next day delivery or free same-day store pickup. Getting the job done just got easier. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
This is Renee.
Happy to be here.
She's not some influencer. She's more of a groundbreaker, turning her 4-acre lot into a little slice of heaven behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Renee runs with us because the most important job is the next one.
That's all I got.
Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1 Series tractor for just $99 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's a new day.
Start off the new year with a new ride from Rossi Honda. Lease a new Honda Civic for only $119 a month, or lease a new Honda Accord for only $159 a month. Plus, Rossi's free oil changes for 5 years or 60,000 miles with tire protection only at Rossi.
It's a new day.
Online at RossiHonda.com. We treat you better, period. See dealer for details.
The Capital One Quicksilver Card Show.
Cut!
The Capital One Quicksilver card is simple. No need for a whole song and dance. Don't be sad. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere. That's the spirit. The Capital One Quicksilver card is simple, unlimited 1.5% cash back. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Capital One Bank, USA, N.A.
Brought to you by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
All right, 4:33, and of course, the Sports Bash is live. You can watch the show on 97.3 ESPN.com. Mike and Brodes taking you till 6 o'clock tonight. We'll have Rob Motti coming up at 5. I do want to, tell the people out there that I do think Wentz can go and play, Brodes, and play well someplace else. I do think that he could have played well here under Nick Sirianni. And there's a part of me that wishes that we would be able to see that. I think it's evident, though, that both parties understood that that was not going to happen, right? It got to the point where we just were never going to see it happen. I would have been intrigued by it.
Oh, me too. No doubt. Me too. Maybe was Doug Peterson's scheme and problems, was all that the issue? Like, that is something that we will never find out now, so I wish I could see that.
Yeah. All right, let's get into a couple plays for tonight. The NBA season continues. Don't forget about that tonight. And, of course, the Sixers back in action tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers are back tonight, by the way. So let's get JR from the Wager Pro app, wagerpro.com. As, man, we've been getting a lot of great information on this NBA season now, and he is back with us to give us a little bit more for tonight's plays and some action. What's going on, JR?
Well, I got to tell you, man, we have just been lighting it up. Best college basketball season that I can remember in all my years in this business. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I even gave out a loss. It's got to be over a month ago. We don't bet a lot of games, obviously, but we wait for the right situation to present itself, and, man, do we pounce. Like tonight, there's a low-profile college basketball game that I love, and here's what I'm doing. All the listeners right now, big matchup in the NBA tonight, only 3 games on the board, but I'm telling you, guys, 5-star matchup, and I'm leaving it free on the recorded message right now. Lakers Nets, absolutely free on the recorded message. Call the number, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Brooklyn at LA, big matchup. The public is split 50-50 on this game. The line is at 3. The odds makers are scratching their head. I'm telling you, we're not. I've got this one nailed down. I'm releasing it as the highest rated game I give out in the NBA, a 5-star matchup. So call, get it. It's a winner, and it's free on tape. 800-499-3733 to get that winner now.
That's interesting. The over-under in that game, by the way, was 237.5. It has dropped big time. Somebody put a lot of money to get that thing moving in one direction, and I'm assuming you might have that information. But I want to get your take. Do I sound right on that? There is a lot of movement.
Yeah. Also, the fact that, the injuries that wound up coming in on the game. But, yes, it dropped 7.5 points. It's down to 230 right now as a live number.
Yes, it is. All right. So let's take a look at what else we got tonight. And, of course, let's go before – it's a small card tonight, so there's a chance to make a little bit of money here. Heat and Kings is your late-night game, 226. That thing is going – this one's interesting. DraftKings 226, BetMGM 222.5. I mean, that's a big discrepancy there.
It is. In fact, I don't know why they even dropped it a full point, because it opened at 223.5, and all of the money has been coming in on the over. But the one book must have taken a large bet, a very large bet on the under, and they're not getting enough action from the public coming in on the other side. So they're basically begging you to come over to their spot and start betting the over. That's the only reason that they would drop it down to 222.5. The current line on that right now is 226. But talk about a great middle Sacramento. I mean, a nice, easy one to put out there. You bet the, you bet the over, you bet the under, and you just pray that it falls somewhere in the middle and you hit both of them. Great situation for that. But game side on this one, even that one's already changed. Sacramento was a 1.5-point dog to open. They're now a 1-point favorite in this matchup. And, when you look at it on paper, first off, the public is really split on the game. It's pretty much split down the middle 50-50. But, Sacramento has been one of those teams, man, that I know they've lost 4 in a row straight up, but prior to this losing streak, they were absolutely on fire. But same thing with Miami. Miami, you thought they were getting some traction, and now here they are, 3 losses in a row, both straight up and against the spread. So one of these teams have to come out victorious tonight. Sacramento's got the better offense. Miami's got the better defense. Sacramento at home, though, gives them the advantage. I'm going to give a nod here to Sacramento, but I don't love them. I think it's going to be a tight game. I really do. It can come right down to it being a 1-2 point game, but I think Sacramento wins this game by, let's say, anywhere from 3 to 4 points.
All right. Before we get your take on the other game tonight, because I know you like that game as well, I want to get your take on the Wentz deal and the Colts at 25-1. If people out there are futures bettors, is that good value? Apparently, the line did not move with the trade. They were 25-1 and they stayed there.
Well, let's face it. They played very well this year, but still, Wentz. He does bring a lot to the table. He's going to bring a little bit of that, that chip on the shoulder that he's going to have coming from Philadelphia. But honestly, to me, Carson Wentz, it's not like Tom Brady going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's just not, it's not that kind of a trade that I think it's going to move the futures bet that much in one direction. I don't think that piece puts them in the picture to be able to take out of Kansas City and, make it to the Super Bowl and win. Now, the other one that I did like I was hearing is the possibility of Deshaun Watson going to Pittsburgh, which would be a huge move, especially, now with that defense playing as well as they did this year and the offense really just missing, maybe a little bit of depth at wide receiver. And, Ben Roethlisberger's got 1 foot out the door right now. He's just too slow. So I think that would be a great deal for them. But Wentz going to Indianapolis, I kind of saw that coming. And frankly, I just don't know that it moves the needle so much. It's good for if you're going to have money put on futures, I would put maybe 2 to 5% of my futures money on Indianapolis still at 25-1. Decent value, but highly unrealistic.
All right, we got Raptors Bucks tonight. This is a rematch of the Eastern Conference. 2 different spots now. Bucks still in the mix. Raptors have played well as of late, getting 6.5 here, over under 235. A lot of points.
It is. And you know what? That spread, let's face it, the Bucks are coming off a tough loss the other night. That was a really, really rough game and a bad spot for them. So they usually bounce back really well. But, look, they've lost 4 in a row. 4 in a row. That's just not the norm here for the Milwaukee Bucks. They've got to somehow find a way to get their ducks in a row, and that's straight up and against the spread. This is a team 16-12 straight up, but 13-15 against the spread. But they score a ton of points. They put up 121 points a game. The defense, nothing to be hanging your hat on. They're allowing about 113 points a game, but they've got to get it going. And I think it's a great spot for them in a tough game that they're going to play up to the competition here. They're going to have to put their big boy shoes on. They're at home. They're got to be tired of losing and get this chip off their shoulder. I expect the Bucks to come out and roll tonight and win this game by double digits. I really like the Bucks minus the points. Expect them to win by 10 or more.
All right. And then, of course, there's that third game tonight. It's the Nets and Lakers, kind of high profile. What do you what's there for the people tonight?
That is by far and wide the highest rated game that I have tonight between college and pro basketball. I'm telling you guys, love the game. I put the label of a 5-star game on it, which not many games get the 5-star label. So this one, it's absolutely free. It's on a recorded message for your convenience. Call, listen, and you'll win this one big. The message is only 30 seconds long. Call right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. The Nets-Lakers matchup, absolutely free on a recorded message. That line anywhere from 2 to 3 points. I'm telling you, the line's off by 10 points. Call now. Get it for free. Let me make you money on this one. 800-499-3733. 9733. Be sure to download the Wager Pro app. Check me out at wagerpro.com. Have a great week, and guys, go out there and make some money.
All right, JR, Wager Pro and Wager Pro app. Thank you, pal. We will talk to you again next week, and that should be a fun game tonight. The Nets and the Lakers, as of course, that Nets team, by the way, just checking in on the standings there, Brodes, they are a game and a half behind you all of a sudden in the East. They've won 4 in a row, and they figured out a way to win the game the other night without 2 of the 3 big guys. James Harden brought that team from 25 down, brought them all the way back. So that Brooklyn team's starting to play a little better.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And when you look at this Eastern Conference, though, there really is no team. While the Nets are playing good and they look to be, a scary team with the 3-headed monster, there's no, insanely, wildly dominant team that is running through the East. You know what I mean, though? It seems kind of open-ish.
What do you think happened to the Bucks?
Yeah, they're just I think another thing, too, they valued,
by the way.
They valued the regular season so much in years past that maybe they're trying a new philosophy.
Yeah, we valued the regular season so much that we're not going to put our foot on the gas so much. But they've lost 4 in a row. They're only 4 games over 500. I mean, there's a balance there.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, they don't look as strong as they used to. You probably could look better than this and still, quote unquote, not put as much stock into regular season play. So, yeah, who knows? I mean, we know the head coaching change that didn't happen last year was a hot item. So he's coaching for his life. That's for sure.
That's true. All right. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I know this. Coming up, Rob Motti will have a strong opinion on the Carson Wentz trade. He will join us at 5 o'clock tonight. You know Rob. He's been on the show. He's covered Wentz, and he has a strong opinion on the deal. We will give our thoughts on that coming up. He'll be with us at 5. This is the Sports Bash Live. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. I'm Mike Gill. He's Hunter Brody. This is the Sports Bash. Watch the show live on our website, 973ESPN.com. It's easy to do. Go to our website. You'll see the link to watch the show right there, and you can get involved on this chat stream and the text board and any way else you can get in touch with us. Twitter. Although Twitter has been a dumpster fire with this, all these Howie Roseman takes. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm out. All right, we'll be back at Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Watch the show live.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
He scored!
The Flyers host the New York Rangers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN, and listen live on the free mobile app.
Bigger, better Boardwalk, Boardwalk Honda. Bigger, better Boardwalk, Boardwalk Honda.
Your brand new Honda is waiting for you at Boardwalk Honda. Stop in and shop our complete new inventory. Accords, Civics, CRVs, you name it. And we have a great selection of SUVs with all-wheel drive capabilities, perfect for snowy conditions. Right now, lease a new 2021 HRV LX all-wheel drive for just $99 a month. Or lease a new 2021 CRV EX all-wheel drive for $189 a month. Plus, browse our entire selection of pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have it all from store to shore. We're sure to have the vehicle you want at the price you want. Plus, we work with all credit situations. Boardwalk Honda partners with over 25 top financial lenders, so we'll help you get approved and on the road in your new Honda in no time. Visit Boardwalk Honda today, located in Egg Harbor Township, or shop online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
Bigger, better Boardwalk, Boardwalk Honda.
Call us toll-free at 844-890-3390 for more details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The COVID-19 vaccine distribution has started, which is why I'm hopeful that a stronger, healthier future is in sight. But we're not there yet. We have to stop the virus from spreading. Take it from me, Dr. Kemi Ali from Henry J. Austin Health Center. Even though it's 2021, my fellow doctors, nurses, EMTs, and all healthcare workers around New Jersey are still fighting this virus on the front lines day and night. And we need you to keep fighting with us. Even though some people have been vaccinated, we all need to keep wearing face masks. Stay safe by staying socially distanced, and go get tested even if you don't have symptoms. Because we all have a role to play in stopping the spread of this virus. So let's do it for each other, New Jersey. Let's do it for us all. Please visit covid19.nj.gov for more information.
Chrissy is refinancing her home, so she shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting her up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision she'll never regret, unlike wearing tap shoes to a surprise party.
Sorry, guys. Just trying to find the perfect hiding place.
Pretty regrettable, Chrissy. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with Peak Long Life Universal Pre-Mixed Antifreeze and Coolant. On sale now for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. Plus, earn double O-Rewards points. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Feeling stressed in your skin? Not with new Olay body wash infused with skincare ingredient retinol. Olay with retinol improves skin 3 times better versus the leading body wash, transforming skin from dry and stressed to bright and smooth, so I can step into stressful days feeling my best in my skin. Olay Body, fearless in my skin. Now try Olay's other skincare-inspired body washes with hyaluronic acid, vitamin C, and collagen.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, and the live video stream at 97.3ESPN.com. Mike and Brodes, what's going on, everybody? Hopefully, you are not living under the rock and did know that Carson Wentz has been traded. You're reacting. Chris Dunn wants to know, we got more for Sam Bradford. Grade F. Sell low, buy high. The Howie way. It's odd because Howie also made the Bradford trade. So we're now being critical of the fact that Roseman got a first-round pick of Bradford in the same vein as what he got back. And look, there was no market for Wentz. I don't know how Chris Dunn and every other person out there can't figure that out. What did you want him to get? Brodes, if you hate Roseman, and you're not a big Roseman guy, and I'm just indifferent. I just don't care enough about Howie Roseman. I think these people, it's like they think Brett Brown was the one problem that the Sixers had. That's proving not to be true. Brett Brown had a role as to why the team struggled. He had his role. It wasn't the number one reason. Howie Roseman has a role. He's not the only reason why this team does things wrong. What did you want him to do? They had Carson Wentz sucked out loud and had no market. What are they supposed to get in return?
I wonder if 2 seconds would have satisfied people more, even though this could technically be better at the end of the day. Just the look of 2 seconds, would that then have people feeling different about it? Now, during the break, I read a piece from Mike Kay, who covers the Eagles for NJ.com, and he gave out 3 grades. Carson Wentz's grade, the Colts grade, and the Eagles grade. Now, that like letter grades, we're talking about like if you go to school and you get an A. Where do you think that he graded the Eagles? What grade, letter grade, do you think he gave the Eagles for this deal?
I mean, I don't know Mike well, so I don't know what kind of like history
fair.
he has. I mean, did he give him a D?
No, he went C- for the Eagles. He went B+ for the Colts, and he went A for Carson Wentz. Fair or unfair on the grades?
I would give the Eagles a C. in the deal. So whatever. What did he give him? A C minus?
A C minus. I'm with you. I probably would have gave him a C, but fair grades.
I would say it's a C right now, but can go up to a B.
That's true because, yeah, you're right. There has to be some sort of scale because right now it's a second. But if it becomes a first, I can't sit at a C minus.
Exactly. Like if they end up getting a first round pick in return, if that second turns into a first, I don't know much. What did you want him to get? I mean, you can fantasize all you want that, you wanted 2 first round picks or a first round pick, or you should have got more and you got an F and they got more for Bradford. If you remember the Bradford deal, the Vikings lost their quarterback as the season was about to begin. They were the team that had their backs to the wall. The Eagles had the quarterback who did not want to be there anymore. They had one team. So the Eagles said, we have Carson Wentz available. And nobody cared. Well, what are you supposed to get in return for that? Like, enlighten me, Chris Dunn and all these other people. What did you think they were going to – you want to give them an F for getting the possible first-round pick? Now, if I was to say to you, what would you want them to get? Well, they should have got a first-round pick. Well, what if they did get a first-round pick?
Right. No, I agree with you completely. If before this went down today, if you asked what would I feel like satisfied with, and I even said to you, if you ended up having to do the 2 seconds, I would accept it because it could be worse, but I'm not excited about any of this, but the 2 seconds would have been like, okay, that's that line we were talking about where it's how far would you go? The 2 seconds was in play towards that line for me where I would have been okay with it, but I wouldn't have loved it. And one first round pick would have been like, okay, like that's a solid package considering the situation. So you're somewhat in the middle of that, aren't you, when you sit here today?
If you asked me at the beginning of the season, hey, they're going to trade Carson Wentz at the end of the season, I'd be like, there's no way. And I would say if they did, they better get 2 first-round picks. At the end of the season, there's no way I would say they got to get 2 first-round picks. He was terrible. You can't.
2 first round, sure. Was never even before the season, yes. But in terms of 2 first that, reportedly how he wanted to, that's the used car salesman that comes in with the first offer. That's what that is.
Steve DeSantis is watching on YouTube. He says he only hated it here after he played like crap and then got bench. That's interesting.
I don't like the people that fully just be like, Carson Wentz is a baby. He's this, he's that. That falls in that category for me where, I think that there's so much more in play. And we're going to have Rob on here at 5 o'clock and he's tweeting away during this and something he said that, look, there's some things behind the scenes that went on that have not been reported that's in play here with Carson's decision on wanting out. So I just feel there's so much involved that it's unfair to say he's just a baby. Like, we don't know what happened behind closed doors.
Listen to this. What a turnaround from Big D from earlier in the show to now. The more I think about it, the more I'm okay with it. That's amazing.
What did he say? I wish we could go back and find the previous comment and go side-by-side action here.
Oh, I have them. I mean,
there's too many comments, Gil.
I think we probably have over 500 comments today. So I'm having trouble filtering through, but that one came through. Chris Dunn follows up. He says, you keep him. You gave up way too much to get him in the first place. False. You can't invest so much and have little in return. By the way, they didn't give up all that much to get him in the first place. He won you a Super Bowl. Remember that. Remember that, Chris Dunn.
It's Sixers basketball tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Simmons, he's going to lay it up and in. And B with a block at one end, and Simmons like a freight train getting the layup.
The Sixers host the Chicago Bulls tomorrow. Coverage begins at 7:30. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
Making Moves is brought to you by LinkedIn Jobs.
Every player matters, and finding the right person can make all of the difference. After Dwight Howard chose Orlando over New Jersey, the Nets turned their sights to Portland and completed a trade for small forward Gerald Williams. The trade included sending Mamet Okor, Sean Williams, and a first-round pick to Portland. That first-round pick, the 6th overall, turned into Damian Lillard. Lillard went on to win the Rookie of the Year and is a 5-time NBA All-Star.
Build your winning team today. Go to linkedin.com/sports.
As the basketball season rolls along, teams are already identifying the missing pieces they need to make a championship run. If your business needs some fresh new talent, LinkedIn Jobs can help. Post a job with targeted screening questions, and LinkedIn will quickly get your role in front of qualified candidates. Manage job posts and contact candidates from a single view as functions are streamlined onto one simple screen. Post a job for free at linkedin.com/sports. That's linkedin.com/sports. Terms and conditions apply.
This month, let me offer you some presidential advice. Leave me, your dollar in your wallet when you get 0% APR financing from Matt Blatt Kia.
Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you out of that old car you hate. Come in today or visit us online and get the credit you deserve. 0% APR financing available for up to 60 months on new 2021 Kia Sportage, K5, and Forte models. Or take $4,000 off MSRP on new 2020 Kia Niros in stock. Plus Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River and Egg Harbor Township wants your trade, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Don't forget, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers for Tier 1 and 2 credit for Kia Motors finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1516 for 1,000 par. 4,000 all 2020 euros with 2,500 Kia Motors factory rebate to dealer. 1,500 Matt Blatt Kia discount. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 3/4/2021.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
It's not quite March, but that doesn't mean the college basketball fun has to wait. DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is giving all new players the chance to bet $1 on any team to hit a three-pointer in any basketball game this week. And if your team makes it rain, you cash $100. That's right. All it takes is for one three-pointer being hit by your chosen team to turn $1 into $100. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 973 to get your shot to turn $1 into $100 when you bet on any team to hit a three-pointer in any basketball game this week. That's code 973 for new customers only at DraftKings Sportsbook. That's code 973. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Winnings paid out in 4 $25 free bets. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank. We've been serving residents and businesses of Sea Isle City and the surrounding communities for more than 130 years. Today's challenges, while unique, are another opportunity to show our strength and resilience. Our commitment to you remains strong. Whether it's using our drive-through services, bank by phone, the First Bank mobile app, or online banking, we're staying strong with you. Be safe and be secure. First Bank, here for you.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Renee.
Happy to be here.
She's not some influencer. She's more of a groundbreaker, turning her 4-acre lot into a little slice of heaven behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Renee runs with us because the most important job is the next one.
That's all I got.
Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1 Series tractor for just $99 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Progressive presents an interview with your upstairs neighbor.
Hi, I'm Tia. The upstairs-downstairs neighbor dynamic is so special. We have our own language. Like when I scream at my mom on the phone, the people downstairs bang on the ceiling to show their support. The nighttime's the best time to rearrange furniture. I call it midnight feng shui. And if I sleep through my alarm in the morning, they bang on my door to wake me. So thoughtful.
Progressive can't save you from your upstairs neighbor, but we can save you money when you bundle renters and auto insurance with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
The radio home of the 76ers.
Into the lane, reverse windmill jam. Are you kidding me?
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ-HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Wentz under center. Wentz firing, and it is caught. Is it a touchdown? Is it a touchdown? It is. Caught in the far corner of the end zone. It is a touchdown, and they are surrounding as the pass goes deep into the end zone to Greg Ward.
That was a play in the 2019 season that was just an excellent throw. It was an indication of some of those plays that Wentz could just pull out of nowhere. He had another one in that game to Miles Sanders, if you remember that. He had a lot against Washington. The one against Washington with Nelson Aguilar in 2017 really set the tone for that season. But that is now in the past as Carson Wentz has been traded to the Colts in exchange for a third-round pick this year and a conditional 2022 pick next year that can become a first-round pick. To give us more insight on this, Rob Maaddi's done a great job covering the Eagles and Carson Wentz's career, his entire career in Philadelphia from the Associated Press, and he is now with us live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, if you're watching on 97.3 ESPN.com. Rob, welcome back, man. How you been?
I'm doing great, man. I am so glad that we are finally finished with the constant Wentz watch and this drama. It's over, man. It's finally over.
It is over, and I know a lot of people want to know kind of how did it get to this point today when they finally pulled the trigger. There was a report that it took 19 days of going back and forth and that today was the day. Why today, the day?
I think the team really wanted to, as they continue to look forward and approach the opening of the league season, March 17, that they got to figure out what they're going to do with their salary cap and what the situation is going to be like. And this isn't a significant cap hit. It's a historic cap hit, $33.8 million that they're going to have to take on for 2021. Ironically, today, I found out that the league had they'd increased the floor for the salary cap by $5 million. So it's at minimum going to be 180. It could be more. We'll find out more from the league, but the Eagles are taking on a significant hit for that. And I think it reached a point where they knew they had to get something done. They knew which teams were interested and which teams weren't. There's been a lot of rumors. There's been a lot of speculation. There's been a lot that's been put out there that just is nonsense. Some stuff that's been put out there that's just to drive up the market and to see what the best offer can be. And I think initially, from the beginning, when I talked to people, they thought that, hey, Carson Wentz is worth a late first-round pick. So what the Eagles eventually got was a third-round pick and a pick that can translate into a late first-round pick. Now, of course, Indianapolis Colts were really smart. They were wise. They put a condition on it. If he comes in next year and he just bombs out or he's hurt and he doesn't play 70% of snaps and they don't go to playoffs or 75% of snaps regardless of playoffs, it stays as a 2, not a first-round pick.
So I guess in the end, did Howie Roseman, knowing the situation, it seemed, Rob, there was only one team that had interest here. You may know more on that, but if there was only one team, did he get fair compensation for the position that he was put in?
Listen, I'm an equal opportunity basher of the Eagles front office, but I think in this particular case here, they did the best they could given the circumstances because this was a difficult situation. You had a guy coming off the worst season of his career. It's not like Carson Wentz was a Pro Bowl player. There's legitimate concern. Do you know if he's going to go back to 2017 form or even December 2019 form, or is he going to be more of the guy we saw in 2020? So given the fact that the contract is astronomical, the 4 years, 128 kicks in this year, and because of the compensation, I mean, they look at a trade like Matthew Stafford, they go, well, in totality of his career, Carson Wentz, you can make the argument that he's better than Matthew Stafford. You could make that argument, right? And Matthew Stafford brings in a haul, so they're going to aim for the stars. And I really think they were put in a situation where not that many teams are going to make those kind of offers, and they certainly didn't get that kind of offer for Carson Wentz. So given that, I don't know how you can really kill the Eagles over the actual trade, guys, the actual trade. But what got to this point, how we got here, why it dissolved to this, why Doug Peterson's out the door, why the team is 4-11-1, why you're trading the franchise quarterback, yes, that's all on the organization.
Based on the upside of Wentz, are you surprised with how many teams were in on him? I mean, the fact that it's Colts, Bears, or maybe more teams that were involved that we didn't hear about, but knowing the upside of him, it's great. And knowing that it's not going to be a Deshaun Watson package, and obviously it's a risk for him, but the upside's so high that it's crazy to me that only one or two teams were really in play.
Yeah, and I don't know that I'm pretty sure the Bears didn't make an actual offer. That's some of the reporting that we got today is that, and I forget who put that out there, but I haven't heard otherwise either. And I think that's pretty accurate. I know this. Carson didn't make a trade demand. Carson did not threaten not to come back to the Eagles if they don't make a trade. So that was kind of blown out of proportion. That never happened. So I'm not certain if there was even an offer 100% on the table from the Bears. Hearing a lot of different people say a lot of different things. So yeah, given that, what you're saying is it is somewhat surprising because there are teams who need a quarterback. And he does have that upside that you talked about. And if the price was eventually going to be a third-round pick and a conditional first, you would think more teams would get involved. However, maybe those other teams knew, all right, Carson probably has this preference to go to the Indianapolis Colts, to be reunited with Frank Reich, where Press Taylor is. I know Mike Groh's there too as well. But Press Taylor and Frank Reich, where he thrived under Frank, that's a preference. Now, it wasn't a demand, but having that preference, I wonder how much maybe that had other teams thinking, well, if that's the case, we would have to overspend for the Eagles to want to do this, but then we might be getting a guy who doesn't want to come here. And it never got to that point, but I don't know if that was part of it.
Yeah. Now, Rob, you also cover the Phillies as well. So if I know this is pretty hypothetical, but if Howie Roseman said, I'm going to step down for the betterment of this situation, would Carson Wentz want to get out of here as badly?
You put me in a tough spot. if Howie Roseman wasn't the general manager,
he just stepped down
and personnel boss for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, he said, look, I know that I'm part of the problem. This guy's a good player. I should leave, and you guys keep him, and I'll remove myself.
I think things would have played out differently, Mike.
Okay.
I think things would have played out differently here. Carson Wentz would be here. Doug Peterson would probably be here too.
Yeah. So, but a lot of people assume that it's that because once Peterson was gone, and he still essentially seemed to be unhappy. You said he never asked to be traded, but it seemed like it was pretty clear he didn't want. It's not his first choice to be here. That it had to be somebody else that was still here that was causing the rift.
Yeah, because it was never Doug, right? And we heard those reports, and I immediately refuted those when they came out in, I guess they were late December, early January. And then when Doug gets fired and then it became, oh, it was Carson or Doug, and Carson wins the power struggle. There was never a power struggle. It was never Carson or Doug. Doug himself told me, hey, we got along just fine. I wanted him to be the starting quarterback. I thought that we can get him back on track. So this was never a Carson versus Doug thing. And the issues that Carson has had with the organization, the distrust that he has with the organization, there are a lot of reasons, several factors, many of them, guys, that have been unreported. And one of those that has been reported, that has been talked about, is the obvious one with Jalen Hurts and the fact that they drafted Jalen Hurts and brought in what appeared to be making him having a guy here who's going to be competition, who's going to be looking over his shoulder after you just gave him a $128 million contract. So that one for sure, that one's out there. There's been several other things that have been unreported.
Do you have any idea what his relationship with Hurts? Did they get along, not get along?
No, they got along, but it was a difficult year for everybody because you weren't able to congregate together, hang out in a locker room. The quarterback's room wasn't the same as it's always been, all of that stuff. So I think it made for everybody to have different kinds of most of the younger guys, the rookies, weren't able to get in there and really acclimate themselves with their new teammates the same way because of COVID. But Carson never had an issue with Jalen Hurts. And Jalen would tell you that because whenever we asked Jalen after he became the starting quarterback, he's like, Carson's been the same as he's always been over here on the sideline trying to help me, give me pointers and things of that nature.
Speaking of Jalen Hurts, what do you think is the best option for this franchise at the quarterback position moving forward? Should they look in the draft or should they rock and roll with Jalen? Man, that's a great question. And it's one the Eagles, it's going to be telling because if they go and draft somebody at 6, then they don't know what Jalen Hurts is. This is the way I feel about this, and I've been saying it for about 6 or 7 weeks now. I feel like the best thing you could do as a 4-11-1 team is rebuild with a young quarterback. And I saw enough out of Jalen Hurts to tell me that he's got potential. I love his poise. I love his leadership. I love his character.
And I think he's a guy that you can work with. And you have Nick Sirianni in here, who's supposed to be a quarterback type guru, Brian Johnson, who has known him for a long time. I believe you work with Jalen Hurts and see if he can be that guy, and you don't draft a quarterback at number 6 this year. Because if Jalen isn't that answer, maybe you find out over the course of the next year, but you spent a high pick on him. Let's find out. Let's surround him with more talent. Let's try and build and fill other positions of need rather than go and draft another quarterback and create another quarterback controversy. I saw enough out of Jalen Hurts to make me want to see more. I don't know that the Eagles are sold on him. I don't think they're convinced yet. And you can't really make a determination after 4 games, whether he is the answer or he isn't the answer. But I think bringing a quarterback in with the number 6 pick is not the right way to go. Give Jalen Hurts a year. If he's not the answer, you'll probably be picking in the top 10 next year, and then you can go get your quarterback.
Yeah, I agree. I totally do not want to see a quarterback at that spot. See what Hurts can do, and they need so many other things fixed. And if he stinks, you have an opportunity, possibly with 2 first-round picks next year with that 22nd pick. Now, a lot of people have talked about, yourself included, Rob, that the Eagles didn't feel they had to trade Carson Wentz. He's not a bad guy. He wasn't going to be a malcontent. But does this trade package, and I know you think it's a pretty good deal, suggest that even if we didn't get what we really wanted, it was just best to get him out of here? And I think getting him out of here is not the right word, but just letting him move on. Because he wasn't going to be a or would he? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been a distraction. I don't think he would have been a disruption. He wouldn't have been a malcontent. He wouldn't have complained and whined to the media every day, get me out of here. He hasn't even talked to the media while his character's been assassinated, and he had every right to want to defend himself, and he didn't do that. So they could have brought him back. But I think what this is this signals the Eagles wanting to move forward. You get Carson Wentz off your books for 2022, right? You're looking ahead. You are not going to be a playoff contending team. I don't anticipate them being a playoff team in 2021. I think if they honestly evaluate themselves and look in the mirror, they know they're a little bit away from being a playoff team. What good is keeping Carson Wentz around? You can't go from 4-11-1 to 12-4 with or without him. So I think the best thing for them was to move on, get him off your books for 2022, rebuild with some young guys. You're a young rebuilding team. And the question for me is how many more veteran guys are going to follow Carson out the door now? Because this is the way to go for this team. Like it or not, this has got to be a trust the process kind of situation.
Yikes. The way it was handled by Wentz's team, I guess, his agent and whoever's given him information to not talk. I mean, that doesn't make it look the best that he has not said one word since he's been benched, really. He never said anything about Doug being fired. He never said anything about the new coach being hired. He hasn't spoken at all. So he's never really given his side of anything here. Are you a little surprised at how he's handled that and that? I don't know. Did somebody tell him not to talk? Are they trying to get him to talk and he doesn't want to?
Well, I'll tell you this. I've asked him to talk, and so me personally, and I've said this before, guys, me personally, my personality is such where if people are going to attack me the way he's been attacked, I would want to put something out there. But then I try and take a step back and try and understand it from Carson's position. What can he possibly say? If he spoke to the media, we're going to ask him if he wants out of Philadelphia. Well, you don't want to say you want out because it makes the organization look bad. You don't want to criticize anybody because that's not in his nature. That's not in his character. So he doesn't want to talk bad about the team. He doesn't want to talk bad about anyone. And he doesn't want to say, I want to be gone. So any question we ask him regarding all of those, he would have to lie. That doesn't mean he's not comfortable doing that either. So I think for him, the best case scenario was like, let everybody say whatever they want to say about me. And honestly, guys, I mean, you know my feelings about Carson being a man of faith the same way I am. I know he looks at it like, hey, God knows the truth. I don't have to sit here and defend myself every day against this rumor, that rumor, this accusation, that accusation. Because if you get into that, it'll never end. It'll never stop. So again, me personally, I probably would have said something. I would have put out a statement. I would have done something along those lines. But looking at it from his point of view, anything he would have said to appease people would have had to been either a bending of the truth or just a flat out lie. And that's just not in his nature.
You talked about maybe veteran players following out the door as well. Zach Ertz is a name that has been popped up over the last year or so. What do you think is his value in the trade market?
Man, that's a terrific question. I don't know, because it certainly appears that Zach's on the way out, right? When Zach Ertz is crying, emotional in the last news conference that we had with him, he knows the writing's on the wall. Talked to a lot of people regarding that situation, and it doesn't appear he's going to be coming back. I would have thought a guy like Zach Ertz would be worth a pick somewhere in the 2-3 range, right? Second round, third round pick. He's coming off a bad year. He's 30 years old. Tight ends can play and thrive to be 35, 36. Like, I don't think he's done. You see Gronk come back, and he's played well. Tony Gonzalez played into his late 30s. Antonio Gates played into his late 30s. Tight ends can do that. Zach is determined to do that. So given that, the return should be like a second or third round pick. But right now, I'm not hearing anything close to it. It could change, and especially as you get closer to the draft. Zach could be one of those draft day trades where whether it's sweetener to move up or whether it's something along those, like Howie's very active in and around and at the draft. And I think Zach's future beyond May, he's not going to be here. So I don't know if it's going to happen immediately before the league year starts or closer to the draft.
Yeah, we had John Clayton on yesterday, Rob, and he said the Seahawks would be interested, but they don't have a first or a third. So they would almost have to take a fourth in a deal for Ertz. And I mean, I don't know if you're just willing to say, we got to clear 8.25 off, give us the fourth.
He'd be a great fit there, wouldn't he? With Russell Wilson in Seattle. I'll tell you where else he'd look great, but I don't know that they have the salary cap situation to make it happen. Gronk's obviously getting up there in age, man. I'd love to see Zach Ertz down in Tampa catching passes from Tom Brady as he goes for 8 next year, but I don't know that they can make it happen. Probably there's good. Hey, he'd also look good in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers, even though they have a pretty good tight end. So there's a lot of teams that I think Zach Ertz would be a nice fit for. Wouldn't you hate to see him in Dallas?
Yeah.
I don't want to say too much about it, but
Let me ask you this. You covered the team back in Andy's last year, and that team was a mess, 4-12. A lot of offensive line injuries on that team. They fire Andy, they bring Chip in, and the next year they win 10 games. Part of that people forget was, oh, by the way, you got the offensive line all back, and that was a big factor. Next year, you could have Lane Johnson, Brandon Brooks, Jason Kelsey, Isaac Seumalo, and either Dillard or Mailata. Do the Eagles look at that and say, we might be able to be okay with that line coming back?
What a big difference, Mike, is in 2013, Chip Kelly came in and invented football. And that's why the Eagles went from 4-12 to 10-6. Now, you can make an argument, man. You can make an argument that's not completely ridiculous that, like you said, the offensive line comes back healthy and intact, right? And let's go a step further. Miles Sanders has a breakout year as a Pro Bowl running back, okay? Jalen Reagor steps up and shows you why he was drafted number 1. Dallas Goedert takes over as tight end number 1 and has a breakout year. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, dare we say, isn't
now you're going too far. Now you're going too far.
But you see where I'm going. A lot of ifs, you need a lot of things to fall into place. Can it happen? It's not completely impossible. I don't see it happening.
I guess the question is, does the organization feel like, hey, if our line in 2012 isn't a mess, we're not as bad as people thought we were. And then the next year they kind of validated that by, hey, look, see, it wasn't that we were so bad. These guys were all hurt. I mean, they lost, 4 of 5 starters, and then they drafted Lane Johnson.
I hope they're not thinking that way. They really got to be honest with themselves. They're a bad football team. They need talent top to bottom. They need to improve on the defensive side. They got a lot of improvement to go on the offensive side. To me, best case scenario, this team's a 6-7 win team, but it's fun to watch. A fun team, an exciting team, a team that's on the rise, on the come. Nick Sirianni steps in. His system, his offense is something that can get Jalen Hurts to be a quarterback of the future. To me, that's a best case scenario. And then you hit on some of the picks that you have in 2021. I don't feel too confident in that happening either.
Rob, when do you think that the sand started to trickle through the hourglass for this relationship?
A little bit of the Jalen Hurts situation, right? When he's drafted, and I think after that, when they start to use Jalen Hurts to put him into the lineup, but there's a lot of things, guys, that has happened that has gone unreported and unnoticed, and there's just a lack of distrust, and this isn't just involving Carson Wentz. There's a lot of players who are former players that I've talked to, some on the coaching staff, who just feel that this is a toxic environment, that there's too much influence from the front office, that there's too much going on. And there's so many different things that have happened, stories that I've heard that I can't even report, that makes it sound like it's a bad fit and it's a bad mix, not just for Carson, but for a lot of people. And it makes me feel like I have serious doubts about how quickly can they rebound if there isn't major organizational changes.
That is disappointing to hear, because it sounded like it was the place to be for a couple of years, right? I mean, 17, 18, even a little bit of 19. It feels like we didn't start getting a lot of this information until things started to get bad.
And that's what happens, right? Things go bad, and now you hear the untold stories. Now you hear what's happening behind the scenes, and everybody's looking for excuses. And, can they win through that? Yeah, I think they can. They didn't. I don't think things were that bad in 18. And I believe they started to deteriorate a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And it's something where Jeffrey Lurie's got to get a hold of his organization. But then there are people who will tell you Jeffrey's part of the problem because he's far too involved for an owner. So if that's the case, you can't fix that problem because that starts at ownership.
Yeah. Real quick, I know you mentioned that you got a lot of veteran players: Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Brandon Brooks, Lane Johnson. Do we anticipate that someone of that magnitude will also need to be a cap casualty, released or not here?
I'd be surprised if somebody wasn't, Mike. At this point, like you have to address the cap. You got enormous cap issues. You have players who've been injured. So there's going to be some restructures for guys they want to keep. There's going to be guys that they flat out move on from. Zach Ertz being the most likely candidate. But I would think that you look at that offensive line, and we still don't know if Jason Kelce wants to come back. He's always constantly, it's been a year-to-year thing. Maybe Jason Kelce decides to retire or move on. I don't know yet. But whether it's Lane Johnson, whether it's Brandon Brooks, whether it's somebody else on the other side of the ball, Malik Jackson for sure, maybe Javon Hargrave, he just signed last year, Brandon Graham going into his last year. Like, I would anticipate some of the bigger name veterans. There's got to be some turnover here.
All right, Rob Motti covers the NFL, the Eagles, the Phillies. Anything you can give us on JT Realmuto while you're here?
Yeah, so he says he's going to be fine, right? He said that he got hit in the hand. It's 2 weeks. He's not concerned about it. He's not worried about it. Worst case scenario, maybe he misses a couple games to start the season. But the good news, guys, is it's his throwing hand, so he's still going to be able to catch a lot of these pitchers in bullpen sessions and just toss the ball aside. Somebody else will throw it back to him. So he'll be able to develop a little bit of a rapport with the guys, understand what they have, what they throw, what they like. So I don't think it's a total disaster right now. It's not like a woe is me Philly. Like, look at all this bad stuff that's happening here. I think that'll be okay.
All right. Rob Motti covers the Eagles, Phillies, the NFL for the Associated Press, does a great job. And, of course, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Rob, good to see you, man.
Hey, as always, man, good to actually see you guys. I like this setup. This is cool.
Yeah, we'll do it more frequently. We'll have you back. Nice coffee. I like to see the coffee there, bros. Yeah, nice.
Did I see the coffee there? Are you kidding me? I was thinking about making a cup as soon as I saw the mug to the lips.
All right, Rob. Take care, man.
Have a good one.
All right, there goes Rob. By the way, I got a quick coffee story. So I got a cup. I got my thing of coffee here. Filled it up a while back. An hour and a half later, I forgot to take a sip. It was ice cold. I had to dump the whole thing.
Isn't that the point of the mug, though, where it doesn't get cold on you?
Well, I didn't have a top on it.
Oh, that'll do it. It's not here right now, but I got this new Yeti, man. This thing is unbelievable. I'll leave it in. I think one time I left it in the car when I was at the studio. After the show, I went back to drive home, and I'm like, how about this? It's nice and warm still.
Wow. Yeah.
I know.
This was no bueno. I had to throw it out. I dumped
That's the worst. You don't use your coffee, huh? You're anti-microwave?
I don't think I can put the metal in the microwave.
That's true. That's actually a good point out of you.
How's the weather where you are?
I mean, it was coming down insanely hard until about, I'd say, 3 o'clock.
All right. Well, I got to tell you about my adventure on the way here. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, brought to you by Copiers Plus, providing quality products and services to South Jersey businesses since 1986. Service is their specialty. Visit them online at copiersplus.com. Thanks to Rob Motti there. And when we come back, we will continue to give our opinions and thoughts on the trade. Carson Wentz has been traded. He's no longer a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. Can you believe it? Can you believe Carson Wentz is no longer an Eagle? An organizational failure? We'll discuss when we come back to Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
Wentz takes the snap again. He looks. He steps up. Still looking. He dashes to his left. He dashes to his right. He is starting to run. Now he fires downfield. Caught. Aguilar. 3 of the 10. Touchdown Eagles.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
He scores!
The Flyers host the New York Rangers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN and listen live on the free mobile app.
It's a new year and an all-new Matt Blatt Nissan. Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Help us celebrate when you get out of that old car, truck, or SUV and into a brand new Nissan. 2020 Nissan Kicks. $4,000 off MSRP on in-stock units or get 0% APR financing for 60 months on new in-stock Nissan Kicks, Sentra, or Ultima models. Plus, Matt Blatt Nissan has fast-track checkout available online at mattblattnissan.com. Our non-touch delivery and electronic paperwork ensures your safety comes first. We want to help with your credit approval today so you can drive a new Nissan with 0% APR financing. Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township or online at mattblattnissan.com. Unapproved credit. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. All factory rebates and incentives to dealer. 0% APR financing based on 15/16 for 1,000 borrowed. Offers can't be combined. Call 888-731-5030 for all the details. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Good morning, privates!
Good morning, Drill Sergeant!
I mean, seriously, what a pleasant morning. The sun is shining and the birds are chirping.
You seem to be in a good mood today.
Astute observation.
He's probably happy because he found out Honey Nut Cheerios can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
They're even shaped like hearts. So, in lieu of the obstacle course today, I propose a nice meditative nature walk. Does that sound delightful to everyone?
Yes, Drill Sergeant!
Happy heart shapes are back for a limited time. Learn more about Honey Nut Cheerios by picking up a box at your local store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Ugh, nothing's worse than starting trouble. We can help you out. We can start with a free battery test. That way we'll know if your battery is causing the issue. It could be your starter or your alternator. You don't want to waste money on the wrong fix. And if you do need a new battery, we've got you covered with a wide selection of replacement batteries. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2019.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
It's not quite March, but that doesn't mean the college basketball fun has to wait. DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is giving all new players the chance to bet $1 on any team to hit a three-pointer in any basketball game this week. And if your team makes it rain, you cash $100. That's right. All it takes is for one three-pointer being hit by your chosen team to turn $1 into $100. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 973 to get your shot to turn $1 into $100 when you bet on any team to hit a three-pointer in any basketball game this week. That's code 973 for new customers only at DraftKings Sportsbook. That's code 973. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Winnings paid out in 4 $25 free bets. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
More time at home means more washing, drying, cooking, and cleaning at home, and more wear and tear on old appliances. but it's the perfect time to save on new ones at the Home Depot. For savings on the latest appliances, and right now, free delivery. From the kitchen to the laundry room, that upgrade is well within reach and closer than ever. Save on top appliances, now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only while supplies last. Free delivery on major appliances, $396 or more, valid through February 24th.
The average 30-second radio ad has about 75 words of salesy messaging. Nobody's got time for that many salesy words. Let's do ourselves a favor and see if we can keep it under 10. Okay, count it out. Acura, President's Day, event. Going on now. Attractive offers. One word to spare. Look at that. Acura. Less talk, more drive.
For attractive offers on the entire Acura lineup, visit your Delaware Valley Acura dealer today.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill and Brodes on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And now you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at 97.3ESPN.com.
5:32 on a Thursday as this Carson Wentz stuff has really kind of taken over the day as the Eagles trade Carson Wentz to the Colts. They've traded him for a third-round pick and a conditional second-round pick, which could become a first-round pick. You know, Brodes, there was a basketball game last night that people were all fired up about as well. The Sixers at one point were up by 29 in that game. All right? And all of a sudden, they kind of took their foot off the gas, and pandemonium broke loose on social media, if you didn't notice. Why do people do that to themselves? Why do people do that to themselves? This is the NBA. This happens on a nightly basis. You get a big lead, you take your foot off the gas, and then the team kind of gets back in the game. They secured the win, and it was ugly. All right, move on. Why do people get so angry? I don't get it. Were you one of those people?
I was not one of those people. I was disappointed that it happened because they did allow it to happen, but big picture-wise, I do not see the relevance in terms of what this means when Ben Simmons is available or anything like that.
All right. So Keith Smith covers the NBA, Yahoo Sports. We have our weekly conversation where, you know, Keith, if you were in this market on a night-to-night basis, you would just see the most ridiculous kind of commentary of all time. I mean,
he gets that in Boston too, though, you know.
Yeah, it's to some extent, but, you know, all of a sudden, the Sixers last night, they won the game. Yeah, they got a little sloppy down the end, but this is a second-round exit again. The coach is terrible. They're not good enough. I mean, what do you make of a game on a Wednesday night in February like that, where you're coming off that long road trip and you come home, you're up big, and then it gets a little dicey late in that game?
First thing I'll say is Brody is right, covering the Celtics. Every time they lose, it's fire everybody, trade everybody. Now it's even started into Tatum and Brown, worth keeping. There are Celtics fans who are convinced this team's not going to make the playoffs. So I think, unfortunately, covering Northeastern-based teams, we live in the land of overreaction. When you're trapped in your home for 6 months out of the year with nothing else to do, you invest heavily in the sports teams. But from Philadelphia's perspective, they won. It doesn't, it doesn't matter. There's no reason to get all, reactionary about all this stuff right now. They're still in first place in the conference. They look pretty good. I know the Nets are creeping up behind them. But at this point, I think a lot of people thought that the Sixers might be, third, fourth place in the conference. So they've outplayed the expectations of many. And I know that doesn't mean a lot to people because people will come back and say, well, yeah, but you got to reset those. And there is some truth and fairness to that. But I think they're fine. Everybody is going through bumps in the road this year, more so than any other season that I can ever remember.
Yeah, now, they didn't have Simmons last night. Now, the night before, Simmons played and scored 42. And then you know how that goes. Well, why can't he do this more often? And then last night, they don't have him. And then Embiid has, just an okay game. He wasn't tremendous last night. But watching them the last two games, one with Simmons, one with Embiid, now they played well with both of them this year. But does it make you go back to that thought of, maybe they'd be better without the two of them together, or not necessarily?
No, not necessarily. Yeah, I think it is. There are definitely things that work better when they're not out there together. I think one of the first things that comes to mind is they get to kind of operate in their spaces a little bit more. still even, this year where they're playing better than I can remember, they still kind of run into each other a little bit too often on the offensive end. You know that they both want to be in and around the basket area. But I think that the challenge ultimately comes in with these guys is if they're going to be the team that everybody wants them to be this year, you need both of them. You need to have both guys doing things at a high level to be the best team you're going to be. And I still trust, like I have for any number of years, that they're going to get that figured out and it'll all be okay.
And what's crazy is Gil just said, and he's not wrong, though. Like, Embiid was like, all right last night. He had 31, 11, and 9 assists. He was 1 assist shy of a triple-double. So I just want to get your thoughts on the fact that just happened. Like, that's how great Embiid has been.
He did. You're right. His final numbers ended up being really big. He was very slow getting there. And then I guess once the team was up, they needed him a little bit more. But he only had 12 in the third, right?
Yeah, he started out with 8 in the first half. But I just, just the fact that right there we can say, just kind of a night for Embiid. He was 1 assist shy of a triple-double.
Yeah, and the assists, I mean, I don't want to demean the scoring and the rebounding, but the assists are the impressive part there because this is a guy who even, as recently as a year ago couldn't really handle a double team. It felt like more often than not it ended up in a turnover or some, kind of pass that was thrown to nowhere, that nothing productive. Now I think what's happened is I think the benefit of him playing consistent minutes, game to game, he's not playing a game, sitting a game, playing a game, sitting a game. Now he's seeing these double teams. He can read where they're coming from before they get there, and he's making really good plays very quickly. And, I just did another spot right before your show, and they asked me to pick a first half MVP, and my pick is Joel Embiid. That's nothing against LeBron James or any of those guys, but I think Embiid has just been an absolute monster. I think he's showing a level of dedication this season that we haven't seen out of him, and he is absolutely dominating because of it.
Hey, you mentioned Boston, and I want to get your thoughts on what is going on up there because, this is a team that's about 500 right now, and it's funny because these two teams have been so linked because of that Fultz trade, and everybody figured out, look what, Boston didn't have to do a process, and they've been in the Eastern Conference Finals, but I don't know. It seems that they're all of a sudden got the arrow pointing down a little bit, and Philly's bypassed them.
Yeah, absolutely. So far this season, that is spot on. The Celtics, I said this last night, the only thing they've been consistent at is being inconsistent. They have been this year, they got it going a little bit early in the year, and then they got shut down for a week due to COVID. And ever since then, it has basically been win 1, lose 1, win 2, lose 2, and that's just been the way it has gone. And at that point, what happened was when they got shut down due to COVID, right on the heels of that, Kemba Walker came back, but then Jason Tatum was out. Then they got Tatum back and Marcus Smart was out. Walker still can't play both ends of a back-to-back. Jaylen Brown is now dealing with some knee soreness. Tatum and Brown both look like they're tired, and I think that's growing out of they carried a very heavy load in last year's playoffs because Gordon Hayward was injured for the majority of the postseason and Walker wasn't himself, and then picked right back up a couple months later and right back into, carry this heavy load again because now Hayward's gone and Walker was out for the better part of the first month of the season. So I think what you're seeing with the Celtics is it's these guys being out and just that, glaring lack of consistency with the lineups. And then the roster construction is not great. Danny Ainge held on to all those picks for so long without making any moves. He was right to do that with Tatum and Brown. And we'll see on a couple of the other guys. But a couple of those picks have not panned out, and they just do not have the depth that they need to get through these periods when other guys are missing.
Speaking of Danny Ainge, do you think that he pulls the trigger on some sort of big move to maybe try and fix some things?
I do. So he did local radio today, and this was the second time in the last 2 weeks that he has come out pretty strongly. And what it was before was he basically, without criticizing any individuals, He talked about the team doesn't play hard enough. They don't defend. They're very inconsistent, that the younger players don't really know what it takes. Today, he doubled down on those things. And then his exact quote, if I'm getting this right, was, "We are not a championship team. We're at least a piece or two away." Now, I think he recognizes Tatum and Brown are probably good enough to get you there if you can get the right pieces around them. Kemba Walker is still pretty good. He's starting to figure it out, starting to get his rhythm back. People overreacted to that after how long he was out. It was going to always take him a little bit of time. But now what I think Ainge is looking at is saying, yeah, I need to do what I can to supplement this roster and get us going. And I think the challenge is fans want that today. But we are 5 weeks from the trade deadline. So we are still a long way away. And because of that, there's not a lot of sellers out there. So as much as he may want to make a move today, there's just not a lot of trading partners to get with. So give it a couple more weeks, get about 3 weeks out from the deadline, and I think you're going to start to see some action. And I do think you're going to see Boston make moves this time around.
Hey, what is your take right now on what's going on with Milwaukee? They've lost 4 in a row. Their whole thing is, well, we're not going to emphasize the regular season as much, I guess. They're 16-12, but I look at the minutes here, and, Giannis still plays his same amount of minutes, if not more. So what's your take on what's going on with the Bucks?
Yeah, there's 2 things. This year, they are only playing about 9 guys most nights, which I think is going to be actually a benefit to them in the playoffs, because last year when they lost to Miami, Mike Budenholzer came out and said, I can't push Giannis and Middleton and the others up to 40 to 45 minutes, because in the regular season they played between 25 and 30. And this year, those guys are playing between 30 and 35. So stepping them up to 35, 40, 45 minutes isn't as big of an ask. The other piece is they have been routinely criticized for not being able to make adjustments and go to anything different on both ends of the floor. They run what they run, they do what they do. And now what you're seeing with them is they're trying some different stuff. Sometimes it doesn't work. They're running different defenses, and sometimes it looks pretty ugly. Their defense has slipped from right at the top of the league all the way down to the middle of the pack. But part of that, I think, is we're going to find these other things we may be able to go to, and then when we ask the players to execute a different kind of scheme, hopefully it'll be there for us. They realize the last couple of years winning 1 million regular season games does absolutely nothing for you in the playoffs. It's all about being ready to play in the postseason. So I think they are, the latest in a very long line of teams that are at a point where, hey, we got to be at our best in the postseason, because that's when it really matters. And I think you're really starting to see them do some different stuff that's costing them games right now, but I think it will pay off better in the long run.
He's Keith Smith, NBA writer from Yahoo Sports, and obviously this Eastern Conference is starting to get interesting because the Nets are playing some better basketball too. So you have Sixers, Nets, Bucks, all up at the top right now. Boston and their troubles, as he just kind of chronicled. We'll keep our eye on all things NBA. And, of course, he, like August, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. All right, Keith, appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You guys stay safe and warm up there.
We will do the safe part. Warm not happening today, as it is icy and snowy and sleety. So on my drive into work today, Brodes, I pulled out of the driveway, and, typically it snows or whatever, and it's not that big of a deal. The roads were so slippery, slidey, icy, I just started drifting, and I literally almost drifted right into my neighbor's driveway and into their car.
The neighbor that comes over all the time? Okay, a different neighbor. Not that it would matter. It's still a terrible situation, but at least you're comfortable with those
I hit
people.
his car, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, exactly.
But I couldn't stop my car. It just kept going.
Well, when I did this show, I think it was maybe last Sunday or the Sunday before that we had the huge snowstorm. I was doing the locker room with Billy Schweim on Sunday. My drive home normally takes me about 45 minutes. It took me an hour and 40 because I was sliding the whole way down the Black Horse Pike.
When I got out of the car, I thought my tire had blown out or something. It was that bad. I was like, how am I moving? How do I it was like slowly just sliding this way. I wasn't hitting the brakes. I wasn't going fast. I was just drifting. I was like, this is bon. And then when I turned on to, where I live, and onto the main drag there, I was sliding all over the place. It takes a lot for me to be like, all right, come on now.
I agree.
Out there today.
No, I agree with you. I'm normally not the one that's like, I'm normally the one like, come on, drive, hit the gas, damn it, hit the gas, and not through this.
Yeah, we were supposed to the St. Augustine game tonight. That game has been canceled, and I said, I ain't driving out there. There's no way. I was like, there's no way I'm driving out there. It was. I wondered if the roads, but I haven't looked out the window since I got here, so I don't know what it's like outside.
Did you get like a lot of snow, or was it more just like sleetish rain freezing
over?
It
was sleet freezing, and that's what the problem was. It was just piling up. I mean, it was like slush on the roads, and it was like I took a step outside and zoop.
Oh, did you fall?
No.
I did that once. Last week, my tailbone is still whacked.
You told me that your dog flipped like 10 yards in the air.
Yeah, so he's one of those where you put the boots on his feet and he doesn't know how to walk right. So we put the boots because the snow gets stuck in his paws. We open the door and he runs out on our patio and just literally slips and goes 10 feet in the air and falls on his back. And he tries to get up and keeps going again.
That's funny. I would have liked to seen that video.
Oh, we have it.
Oh, all right. Well, then send it my way. Paul is watching on Facebook. He says, does this trade mean that Howie thinks that Hurts is an NFL number one quarterback, or do they move up and draft a prospect? I think, Paul, that remains to be seen. I think you're going to start to hear that speculation next, because today Adam Schefter reported that they are going to look for a quarterback to bring in here, that they're not just handing this job to Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you got to give him an opportunity. And I said the same thing about Wentz, though, right? I said, look, this is your guy. Move forward with your guy. Now, it's a different situation because Hurts doesn't have the money and the background to support it when it comes to a 2017 run or anything. But you have to do a due diligence of, like, you picked this guy second round. You thought something of this guy. Give the guy a chance, right? I mean, that's the way I see it. Give the kid an opportunity to either lose the spot or win the spot.
All right, we will finish up the show. 5 on the other side. We got a text message that came in that I want to throw your way. We'll get to that coming up next.
It's Sixers basketball tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Simmons, he's going to lay it up and in. And B with a block at one end. It's Simmons like a freight train getting the layup.
The Sixers host the Chicago Bulls tomorrow. Coverage begins at 7:30. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN.
Kendall Auto Plaza offers the area's best car and truck buying experience with 60 years of customer satisfaction and community service. What's on their 100-acre lot? A huge inventory of Ford, Lincoln, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, and over 100 quality and certified pre-owned vehicles. Whether you use your car, truck, or SUV for work or play, discover why Kendall customers are so loyal. Kendall Auto Plaza, exit 10 of the Parkway on Stone Harbor Boulevard, or shop from home at KendallAutoplaza.com.
So you think you have unlimited data?
Recalculating.
Think again. If you have unlimited data on a network you can't trust, your data is limited, and so are you. Set your smartphone free with the unlimited plans from Total Wireless. Get 4 lines with unlimited data on the nation's best network now with 5G, with 100 gigabytes at high speed, then 2G for just $25 a month per line.
You have arrived at your destination.
Get unlimited and save. Total Wireless. Do amazing. Available at authorized dealers. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
Hey, sports fans, JR from WagerPro.com. And guys, tonight's the night. It's our TNT 2-team parlay, and it's absolutely free on a recorded message. Toronto, Milwaukee, point spread winner, free. Brooklyn, LA, point spread winner, free. Call this number, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. Get 2 huge blowout winners, both on TNT tonight. Guys, we're going to hit both matchups and make you a fortune on this parlay. Call. The information is razor sharp, and both games are on a recorded message, 30 seconds long. Call right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Toronto, Milwaukee, Brooklyn, LA, both games on tape. 800-499-3733 and visit wagerpro.com.
Feeling stressed in your skin? Not with new Olay Body Wash infused with skincare ingredient retinol. Olay with retinol improves skin 3 times better versus the leading body wash, transforming skin from dry and stressed to bright and smooth. So I can step into stressful days feeling my best in my skin. Olay Body, fearless in my skin. Now try Olay's other skincare-inspired body washes with hyaluronic acid, vitamin C, and collagen.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry, with 24/7 support and experienced staff at over 250 local branches. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel teaches you conversations that you will actually use. With 14 languages and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll learn what matters most to you. Babbel. Language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com.
You ready for competition? It's time for 5 questions.
3 ain't enough, man. I need 5.
Number 5 will always love you. 5 times, not 10, you think.
All right, 5 question time. We're getting ready to wrap up the show. Josh has game night next. Kevin Durso will preview the Flyers. He'll have more on Carson Wentz being traded. Here's a question from a text message. Of all these free agent quarterbacks, which one would you guys want to compete with Hurts for the position? You ready for these?
Yes.
Here we go. Marcus Mariota, Cam Newton, Joe Flacco, Kyle Allen, Tyrod Taylor, Andy Dalton, Jacoby Brissett, or other?
Other. It's magic. If not, Mariota. One of those two would intrigue me.
How poetic would it be if Mariota got to the Eagles?
I was thinking the same exact thing. I really was. All right, I'll ask you some questions here. What was your instant thoughts when, not that it was like breaking news or anything, but when Rob Maaddi brought up like the turmoil inside and how a lot of people he's talking to, former Eagles and whatnot, really said that, look, the way it's ran in there is not right. What was your like instant thoughts on that?
Not surprised, but surprised in the way that we only heard about it this past year. Like, was it not bad before? Like, was it never a problem until all of a sudden the team got bad? Like, I feel like
it's funny you bring that up because before this season started, I was talking to Moshe, and he even brought up to me, like, you know, it's crazy that this organization is as successful as it is. And I was always like, what did he mean by that? And I almost kind of put it together like, you know, when you cover the team and you see some things and how they operate, it was almost as if he was a little shocked that they've had this success based off of that.
I don't think that it's that much different anywhere. You're in a pro sports team. These guys have money at the yin-yang, partying and this and that. The whole story of Washington, the way, you know, with the I think that's what goes. That's what happens when people have way too much money.
That's a fair point, right? Like rock stars, musicians, Broadway, you name it.
Give me a situation that doesn't have way too much money that people don't act in a way that is not normal.
That's a fair point. No, for sure. You in on the Flyers Rangers tonight? In.
Yeah,
don't lie to the people. Don't lie to the people.
The Rangers stink.
Yeah, the Flyers are missing like 6 guys on the list as well. So I'll throw it out. Do you think they win?
Yeah, and by the way, like all those guys don't get to play in the Lake Tahoe game on Sunday.
Yeah, that stinks.
And by the way, Claude Giroux, his consecutive game streak is going to end.
I know. I'll leave you with this one. Was today surreal?
So weird, man. And tomorrow will be a better day. It'll just be like, all right, the dust is settled. He's not here. How many Philly media people are going to be going to that Colts press conference? Too bad it's on Zoom. All right, game night's up next. Durso will preview Flyers and Rangers, and I'm sure he'll have plenty of thoughts on the Carson Wentz trade. Stick around for that. We'll be back tomorrow.
Sign up now for this year's $1 Million Bracket Challenge. Registration is underway now at 973ESPN.com and the free mobile app until